All right, y'all, here we are. Another day of breaking news coverage. And the rest. How we doing, everybody? Check in. What up, No Name? What up, Skip Fu? Everybody, Jan. Hello, Gord. Hello, President Raygun. Everybody check in. Hello. Live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on the book. That's all going out. What up, Oofki? Wait for Facebook to pop up here. Hello. Good evening from Lviv. Hello. Live in Tel Aviv here again. Hello. What up, Austin? Been here since 2020. Good to have you. Hello, missed you guys. We're back. I started early yesterday, which is fine, but I figured, damn, well, might as well start on time instead. It was too early yesterday. I want to make sure I'm on time. It's every day. You can just look for the stream at around this time every day, though, no matter what. Even if we have to start a little earlier than usual, guys. Yeah, even if we have to start because of the breaking news or whatever have you. Whatever's going on. Might be a little earlier, but it's okay for today. Yeah, we had some side mission news to go over, of course. I got some funny videos. We got a lot to do. Plus, of course, all the developing news of the day, if anything's going to happen. I got you guys. One of the comments you guys are all tuned in from, as well as the chat's coming in. Nomad, good to see you over there. Hello from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Did Twitch end up going? Yeah, Twitch, can you guys see what's happening? I am live. Okay, good. Yeah, wasn't showing up over there. Greetings from High Castle. Good to have you. Good to have you guys. So, here we are. We're all kind of waiting to see what's all going to happen between Israel and Iran and whether or not the U.S. will be involved. And that's really what most of us are kind of waiting and tuning in for. Obviously, the conflict between Iran and Israel. I'm more interested in whether or not the U.S. will get involved directly. So we're gonna find all that out, you guys, as it happens. Will the USA get into this? There's like levels of that already. I mean, you can give honest analysis and say that the U.S. has already been involved in terms of using our Air Force or our Navy, but it's the ground forces that people are wondering about, really. And then also the ripple effect if the U.S. gets involved. It's never good. You have the good idea fairy going right now. Oh, let's take out all of Iran's government, and it's like that was the idea in 2003 Iraq too. The good idea fairy came through and said it'll be quick. Weapons of mass destruction. We'll go blow them up, take out Saddam, and go home. Seems like the good idea fairy is returning. Good idea fairy has returned to us. This week, at least from what I'm seeing on the internet, on what people are talking about in the background. LAPD switches out with sheriffs, federal police to shot peaceful protesters, non-lethal constantly. You're talking about the protesters? Can we have an update on the flagpoles? We'll get there in a second. I'm gonna make sure people get in first before we dive in. Need to give it like 10 minutes or so. We gotta let the stream warm up. We're getting warmed up. We're cold right now. Look how Iraq turned out. Gave a rise to ISIS. Exactly. It's never good. You think it's gonna be a quick thing, and it's not. In, out, no more Iranian terrorists, and we'll go home. No, it's like we're gonna create more, and then we're gonna have bigger problems, and then we're gonna be stuck in a Middle Eastern war for another 20 years again. And I'll be in my 50s. That'll be fun. You don't like the odds? The flags make the White House look like a used car lot. We will get to that. It does. It looks terrible. You were accused about not being truthful. Oh, okay. Thank you, Maggie. Is it a good idea, Fairy, you speak of BB? It's like, well, him, but all of the American interests in trying to do a quick, like, as if it's going to be, like, as if we're going to be able to just dismantle Iran completely, and it can happen now, and, like, now is the time to do it. Gotta be careful, man. I feel like Mark is converting me to what I don't know yet. He's converting the hell out of us. Mark is converting. Who's Mark? As the chat's coming in, guys, check in. Time for a safety meeting. I'm gonna hold off on mine for a while. We gotta dial in for a while. I'll probably have one at like the 3-hour mark or so. But we got Tel Aviv, we got Jerusalem. Of course, we'll be checking whenever there's an air attack or Iron Dome system goes off. Happened a few times yesterday. You were tuning in, just kind of browsing the news, and then here come a air raid alarm. So that's kind of how the week's coverage is gonna go, and beyond for a while. Is there a Haifa feed? Send any feeds you have into our Israel war section of our Discord. Okay, I put that in the U.S. news and politics, just kind of like our protests. But if you guys see a feed that I can't see yet, or you found one and you're like, hey, let's do that, pull that one up. I absolutely will. I absolutely will. Hello, Kitty Cat. How you doing? You're from Hamilton, Ontario. Good to have you. Let me see. Okay, yeah, Israel war. Put wars. Israel wars. We should put an S there. So put it here. Yeah, any feeds you guys find or anything you get for the conflict here, put it right there. We got the Trump protest stuff from protest stuff that will continue. We'll get back to that again, including my own on-the-ground streams. Like, that's not going to stop. Just kind of dial down right now, but it'll come back. And then, again, the Israel war section. But we got a whole U.S. news and politics section there, and you can share anything you guys get into the Discord. I appreciate you. All tuned in to Toronto Oblast. So Iran is taking the internet down. Is it to stop? Iran takes the internet down when they want. That just kind of happens. That's just part of it there. Hello. Murder 10 million people though. So we'll get to that. We'll watch the apparently Tucker Carlson turned on his journalism hat and he's getting shit on for it, and it's like weird because I hate Tucker Carlson, but it's like, well, hate's a powerful word, but Tucker Carlson is a cuck to Russia. He's a Putin cuck. But it's wild when you get some Russian money how you can become a journalist, actually. Openly admitting to being a propagandist on Fox News his whole career. And then he can do a journalism with Ted Cruz. And then he does a journalism with Ted Cruz, and then he gets shit on for it by people. And now we have to take Ted Cruz's side? I'm not taking either side. But it's crazy. What's happening right now? Crazy what's happening right now in the rhetoric sphere about this war and what people are saying, dude. We'll get to it though. You hate both of them. Yeah, I know. It's like a shit sandwich. Watching that. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Getting more people out. Getting more word out to more. Also, guys, if you could share the stream, that would be excellent as we cover the breaking news today. Live on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, giving people some more time to get into the stream. It's crazy to me that Cruz is reelected. Well, the red no matter who. Vote red no matter red or dead, people. If it ain't red, I'm dead. If it ain't a Republican, I would never vote for anyone else. I'm not gonna not vote. I'm voting, but I'm gonna go vote red. I don't care. Ted Cancun Cruz. I don't know. I figured, like, especially how mad conservatives were when they saw anybody outside in 2020, and then he went and took a cruise in Mexico. That was such a time. But yeah, I guess he's forgiven for that, apparently. New follower. Thank you, Rahman. Kater, thank you. Appreciate that. New follower. You guys hate everybody. We're an equal opportunist haters. Get used to it. Okay? Yeah, we're black-pilled. We hate everything. Welcome. Florida native, are you here still for an Alex? Are you an Alex Jones fan? Big Alex Jones fan here still. Red Dead Redemption, a really good game. Hello, what up, Sarah? We got Mod Sarah up on the stream. We got mods in. We got Mod Sarah up over on the Facebook. Guys, we're gonna be with this all day, all right? So just be used to it this week and beyond until we get word from Mango Mussolini about our troops and military and if we're gonna get involved in this. We'll figure it out. We got Mod Nikki over there on YouTube. There's Mod Nikki. Shout out to the mods. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the mods for keeping the feed all nice and secure. Try to keep it troll free as best as possible. Let me fix that. What the heck? Oh, okay. I gotta fix my world clock quick, you guys. We have our handy dandy clock here. We gotta fix it really quick. Nope. There we go. Let me adjust this really fast. You can find the time for the feed in the bottom right. Get this adjusted. Go. Okay, got that adjusted. GG's mods. You love Tucker and Alex? Well, you might enjoy the content then today, because we're gonna react to the interview with Ted Cruz about it, as well as some other stuff while we're watching the Tel Aviv skyline and anything that might happen. Again, we got Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. I'm probably just gonna keep the Tel Aviv skyline up for now. Is there a feed in Haifa? I don't think there is. Nope, not seeing anything from there. I'm thinking the U.S. isn't going to do anything if they are until the two carriers get there. Yeah. Oh yeah, we can't run any. We have airfields, but we usually will do it off the aircraft carriers. So yeah, it'll likely be that could be a couple days still before all that gets going, if that happens. And again, what I think will happen, if you're like, Andrew, what do you think will happen? It won't be ground forces. It won't be the U.S. joining Israel in like an invasion of Iran. If that happens, like, I'll be shocked, actually. Like, I'll be surprised. Like, it'll be like, oh, fuck, dude. Like, I don't know what to do. But, like, I honestly think it'll just be the Air Force using our bunker buster munitions on whatever Israel says is uranium deposit or uranium facility, enrichment facility, wherever Iran is building nukes, and that is where the Air Force will strike. Okay, so that will happen, but that also could have a ripple effect higher. We'll see. Iran promised a response yesterday, which the likes of which we've never seen before, and okay, got a community note now. So again, yesterday Iran said there is a surprise tonight that the world will remember for centuries, and then nothing happened. Okay, I guess there was no sources given. There was zero evidence, online clips that predate this tweet showing the Iranian state TV said this. There are zero sources provided. Nice. That's what this war is. This war is gonna have, like, first community notes and grok war. Meme war. People just saying shit, dude. Just saying anything. Saying whatever they feel. Hey, I heard the Israeli official say this. The U.S. is joining the war tonight. That was yesterday, too. Oh boy, this just came in literally 39 seconds ago. Let's get the latest from Mango Mussolini.
Does that mean you haven't made a decision yet on what to do?
Sorry, we gotta turn this down just a little bit. We can have the background noise, because I need that, but... Okay, let's just turn that down so we can hear.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war. Things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
What's wrong with him? What the hell is wrong with him?
War is very bad. There was no reason.
War is very bad.
this to be a war. There was no reason for Russia, Ukraine.
Can't even get his whole voice out
There
anymore.
was no reason for it. You look.
What a non-answer. Thank you, Trump. So if you guys are wondering what the president's gonna do about this, it's gonna be a nightmare. Just letting you know now. Here's the concepts of what he's gonna do. He waits until the last second, he said. 2 seconds before the decision. And then he'll tell you. Okay, so they're very excited about the flag today. That's the news, really. We see great poll numbers for Trump. Okay, wow, U.S. growth wage best in 60 years. Wow. Okay, so he it is my great honor to announce how we put, the 2 polls. Trump's polls. It's the only 2 polls he's exceeding in. I think I have something from that. Or actually, we might have that from Root Bar now. I have like clips, but they're older now. This all happened this morning. And I'm not waking up before like 11 a.m. at this point. We're not gonna, let's just go back to the beginning of time here. Here, let me go back to the beginning while you guys look at this. On Trump's flagpole day. It's the greatest, most beautiful flagpole. So there's gonna be 2 of them, so they got one up, but there's gonna be another one. Oh boy. Okay, I'm watching a YouTube video for this. I need the full deets. We need the full deets here. Oh boy. It was a big deal.
And with code RSBN20, that's 20% off now.
You can get your erectile dysfunction pills for 20% off. There you go. Big stupid flagpole.
But and by the way, if he's worried about inflation, that's okay. I understand that. I don't think there's going to be any. So far, there hasn't. I mean, we have almost no.
I need like a window feed that we can have the full screen and watch this not full screen. 1 second. Let me see. Side mission videos. There now. Let me see. Hold on. Now we don't have to watch it full screen. You can still see what's happening in Israel. There. I don't have to look at his big stupid face, like big screen. We'll put it like here. Okay, and then obviously if there's an air raid attack or whatever, we'll see.
No inflation. We've done a great job. When I came in, we had a lot of inflation. We went through 4 years of the highest inflation in the history of our country with Sleepy Joe Biden.
Sleepy Joe.
And, Sleepy Joe. And,
Sleepy Joe.
He didn't know what the hell he was doing. And so we had the highest inflation we've ever had in the history of our country. And then it came down because when I got elected, it started dropping because people understood that I knew what I was doing. But now we have a man that just refuses to lower the Fed rate, just refuses to do it. And he's not a smart person. I don't even think he's that political. I think he hates me, but that's okay. You know, he should. He should. I call him every name in the book, trying to get him to do something. I've been nice to him.
What the fuck?
I've been so nice to him, fellas, you wouldn't believe. Let's have dinner. Too late? I'd call him too late. Come on, too late. Let's have dinner. I do it every way in the book. I'm nasty. I'm nice. Nothing works. He's like
I call him too late.
Stupid person. But I don't expect anything. Maybe he does a little bit, but we should be 2.5 points. Remember, Europe had 10 cuts. We had none. We're paying more rate, more interest than a lot of European nations that can't carry our suitcase. I'm going to be nice. There's another expression. You know what the other expression, can't carry your, you know what it is, but I shouldn't use it in front of the fake news. So it's very sad to see it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go very short term, like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Wait till this guy gets out, get the rates way down, and then go long term. Because we have a tremendous appetite for our debt, because our country is doing well. But think of it, I got a call from Congress 3 nights ago. Sir, we can't account for the money coming in. I said, that's a good problem. You know, the bad problem is we don't have any money. They can't account. There's so much more money than we thought is coming into the Treasury. We don't know where it's coming from, sir. I said, check out the tariffs. He calls back about a day later.
Okay, so story time with Trump. Let's fast forward a little bit.
Be there and watch. I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not.
Oh, here's the Iran part.
The flag will be even more exciting, but this is pretty exciting. That's some equipment, I'll tell you what. Look at that crane. That's some beautiful equipment. It's there's nothing like America. Have a good time, everybody.
Mr. President, have you given to answer questions?
Have a good time.
Whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do.
You're the one that tweets. You're the one that truths out like evacuate Tehran now, like immediately. No one told you to say that, or we weren't. No one was expecting that. And you go evacuate now, leave. And so, like, you're already signaling it.
Do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, you know, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit. Remember 60 days, and then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit. That first hit. That was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's where it ended.
It's so bad. I'd rather listen to Tammy, and that's saying something, dude. Just dog shit, you guys. The lowest quality.
Ended on the first night, yes.
Is it too late, though? Do you think it's too late to now?
Not really. Nothing's too late.
The
The only thing too late is Powell. Powell's too late. Too late, Powell.
Have the Iranians reached out to you, Mr. President?
What?
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did they say?
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking.
Mr. President.
We may mean it's
What even Iran, like, what it, like, he backed out. Oh my god, dude. He backed out of the deal, and then Israel struck them, and then now what do you mean, bro? It's too late. It's just like I call that too late Powell, too late. Like, bro, but the Russians have 18 years to do everything they want, right? If you're Russian, boy, you're a different class to Trump, apparently, in terms of you have all the time in the world.
I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference.
President, you said you just about said we may meet. Is this about Vance and with Trump possibly going to talk about?
It's about anybody. They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference. But they've suggested that they come to the White House. That's, you know, courageous, but, you know, it's like not easy for them to do. But they suggested, because I can't go now because of what's going on. I had to come back early from the G7, which was terrific, by the way, in Canada. Really terrific, good people.
Is there a possibility of next week or sooner that
Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. I mean, they're totally defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever. They're totally captured. You know, we've totally captured.
So this is the part I wanted to hear about Iran, of like any of his statements about Iran.
The air, Brian.
Yeah, Mr. President, you've been fairly compassionate towards the Iranian people.
I am. It's human.
You've been compassionate towards. Is this Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend? This sounds like a Marjorie Taylor Greene boyfriend question.
I know a lot of people from Iran, from New York, from Washington.
I think it is.
From New York, they're incredible people. They're smart. They're energetic. They can be difficult, but so can you. You know, no, they're great people. They're smart people. And those people are getting the hell beat out of them now.
Yeah, we watched Brad Lander yesterday. Chat, we stream every day. Every day I'm live with the news. If you hear about it, I'm covering it. How about that? We'll just leave it like that. If it's like something you hear about's happening, we're probably either talking about it or have talked about it on stream. Just remember that. So make sure you are here every day. Monday through Friday, definitely. Saturdays, we'll see. It might be not all day, but definitely Monday through Friday.
And it's really a shame. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. This is another one. You know, Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never happened if I was president. You guys agree with that, right? Would have never happened if I was president. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, you know, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later. But I think that's going to work out too. But it's so many people.
Vladimir, my love,
have been killed. The big thing with that one is far more people are dead than have been reported in the Ukraine, Russia. Many, many more people.
Mr.
A building
President,
falls
what
down.
does,
They say nobody was hurt. You know, so.
what?
what does unconditional surrender mean?
Well, you know what it means. Unconditional.
Can you explain it for
Two
those who
very simple
don't?
words. Very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give.
So we've given up then? We surrender? Is that what that means? Yes, like I understand like what that means, but like are you saying America is surrendering? Is Iran surrendering? Is Israel surrendering? What does that mean? Can you elaborate?
Surrender mean?
Well, you know what it means. Unconditional.
Can you explain it for
Two
those who
very simple
don't?
words. Very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there.
What?
No, they had bad intentions. You know, for 40 years, they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies.
Wow, so such bullies. Yeah.
They were schoolyard bullies.
Wow, schoolyard bullies. That's what they are.
And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. You know, war is
Oh my
very
God.
complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we want
Well,
to.
it makes sense. Like, you know, like that's I could never continue being a Trump supporter. Like I told you guys, if you're new to the channel, I supported him in like 2015, 16, voted for him the first time. My brain's developed now. Okay, I was like 22, I think. I'm older now, and my brain is developed. And in order to continue supporting this guy, your brain would have had to have stopped developing, or you stopped like educating yourself, or you stopped caring to educate yourself, or you actually just stopped caring. And you let other people tell you what to feel and think, and you don't know how to think and feel, so you let other people do it for you, oftentimes right-wing media, and like that will carry the torch for you, and like that leads you to believe that this man is even like I don't even know how you can see this man as anything other than an utter embarrassment and failure to like everything. Utter embarrassment and failure to America, to our allies, to what our country stands for. Just a absolute shell of a human standing here. Just a sack of shit.
Anything yet, I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress, and we'll see. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay?
Trump is that dude if your IQ is below room temperature, and that's the truth. Like you might have you can have your hobbies, and like you probably educated on like sports maybe, or you're educated when it comes to maybe video games, you know what's going on there. But after that though, like your shit is not intelligent if you think this guy is like the man for anything.
To have a hostile, very zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. You know, that dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. You know, if you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Yeah.
Mr. President, a question on deportations. Mr. President, you said last week that changes would be.
Okay, that's on Iran. How long does he stand there for with the workers that are going to put up his stupid flagpole?
Politicians are destroying our country. Look what they've done during Biden's 4 years. I mean, we're working on mean, so much of our effort goes to getting people out of the country that should have never been here in the first place. What he's done to this country is not him. He had no idea what was going on. Everybody knows that. It's other people. It's Lisa and this one and that. All these people, all the scum that was around the Oval, the Oval Office or around the beautiful Resolute desk telling this guy, here, do this, do that, and not even telling him. They just go over to the auto pen.
Biden rent-free. 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 Biden, auto pen. Biden.
And sign whatever the hell they wanted to sign. Because say what you want about Biden. He wasn't for open borders. He wasn't for transgender for everybody. He wasn't for men playing in women's sports. But he has...
Are we campaigning? I'm the problem, big dog. You're damn right I am. I'm the problem to MAGA. Here I am. You're damn right I'm the problem. I accept that. Absolutely.
No idea what the hell. He has no idea. And they were very upset. They wanted Bernie Sanders. And after about a week...
No, sorry. Oh, sorry. The sirens are in the video. I'll tell you. If the air raid alarm goes off, I will tell you and pause whatever we're doing, and we'll tap in like immediately. I promise. Like we'll hear it. You'll hear it. It's very distinct. Israel has a very distinct air raid alarm.
Wait a minute. We just hit gold. This guy has no clue. He'll do anything we tell him. And then they realize they don't even have to get permission. They just go up to the auto pen. That's a subversion. That's a takeover of our government. And you people ought to start looking at it. That's a takeover. Not only did they cheat, I guess you saw yesterday came out with China and the license plates. Tens of thousands of cards. They used those cards to vote on the second election, my second, the one 2020.
The 2020 election loss. Cope. Oh my God, bro.
I won that election, and now we're going to put.
I won the 2020 election.
Flagpole, and we're going to put up a flag.
And we're going to erect a flag now, because I like that. I like big poles, kind of like the ones I saw at Diddy parties and Epstein parties. And that was my favorite part.
You enjoy it, and let's see how real people work.
Yeah.
These are real people.
Yeah, go see how real people work. Go put that pole up.
Your job is to reason. Okay.
Last one on Iran, Mr. President.
With a rope in it. How did he say? What did he say? It's got a rope in it and just big thick pole. That's MAGA. It is my great honor to announce that I will be putting up 2 big, beautiful flagpoles on both sides of the White House, north and south lawns. It is a gift from me of something which was always missing from this magnificent place. What do you say? The flags will be raised at approximately 11 a.m. These are the most magnificent poles. They are tall, tapered, rust-proof rope inside of the pole and of the highest quality. Boy, Trump knows his way around a pole, I see him.
To 100 feet.
Real quick on Pakistan, sir. You have a meeting today with the Pakistani Army Chief of Staff. What are you looking forward to achieving diplomatically?
Well, I stopped a war.
Stopped a war where?
Pakistan. I love Pakistan. I think Modi is a fantastic man. I spoke to him last night. We're going to make a trade deal with Modi of India. But I stopped the war between Pakistan and India.
When did that happen? When did he do that? When did that occur here in the news? What in the hell? What the heck?
This man was extremely influential in stopping it from the Pakistan side, Modi from the India side, and others. And they were going at it, and they're both nuclear countries. I got it stopped. I don't think I had one story. Did I have one story written about it?
Yeah, Pakistan and India still hate each other. That hasn't stopped, and they will absolutely go to war with each other whenever they want. Okay, that will never stop.
I stopped the war between 2 major nations.
That's
major
insane.
Nuclear nations. I don't think I had a story written about it, but that's okay. You know why? The people know. The people know.
Mr. President.
Did anybody write that story about the war? Did you write it?
We wrote one.
We all wrote it.
Did you write it?
Yeah. Just one more on
You
Iran,
wrote
Mr.
it.
President. When does your patience run out with?
Any adjustments that need to be made for Marine One departures in Iraq?
No, we put it so that Marine One is very far away. We did it in conjunction with the Air Force, with everybody, and everybody signed off on it. Now we have to have it far away. It's very far from Marine One's out there. It's out in the field. So you have.
So of all the crises happening right now, right? All the crisis that's going on, all the news is at 100 miles an hour right now, for sure. Let's just give them the polls. That's what we'll do today. Give them big, beautiful flagpoles. You got the legislation coming, right? The big, beautiful, stupid bill. You got the military in Los Angeles still. Iran and Israel are at war. The U.S. is probably going to get involved. Let's talk about our flag. Let's talk about these flagpoles, guys.
Have to have a certain distance. We're about 3 times that distance. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, we got to get these poles erected. Here they go. Trump's greatest achievement, the flagpole in the White House lawn. There it is.
What do you say to the supreme leader of Iran who says that they will not surrender?
Say good luck.
And what is the end game?
Run out with Iran?
Say it.
When does your patience run out?
It's already run out. That's why we're doing what we're doing.
You think you could take out
just your fucking drunk uncle, dude. That's just with no real knowledge of what's happening, but he's got a lot of feelings and opinions, though.
60 days and a big, 60 days, plenty of time.
60 days, okay. So they got 60 days, I guess. I'm not telling you the plans, but they got 60 days.
And they made a mistake. Honestly.
Nope, I guess not.
If the U.S. does strike
Their
nuclear
country's in
facilities,
ruins. So many people are dead that shouldn't be dead. It's a very sad thing. Let's watch this.
Now watch this drive. He did a George Bush. He did a George Bush. Enough. Stop asking me about Iran. Let's watch this pole get erected. It's my favorite. I love watching things get erect. That was my favorite part of the Diddy and Epstein parties. There you go.
That's why we're changing the rest. People are ruining it. Some pole.
That's some pole. That's some pole, ain't it? Yeah, it is. Yo. God, it's such a big pole.
Nice. When they're outside, they're very noisy. They snap in the wind.
Who has opinions of flagpoles like this? Nobody. Golly, those annoying flagpoles. You hear the rope clanking on the pole, and I'm just looking at that pole all day thinking, man, I wish there wasn't a flag on it, like banging against it. That's what annoys me during my day. That's what keeps me up at night is the stupid rope. And it's got a metal thing on it, and it's clanking the goddamn flagpole all day. Unreal, dude. Unfucking real. You are a cuck if you voted for this, dude. You are a fucking cuck, okay? And you can be uncucked, but it's going to take a lot of effort, and you have to put in the effort. Being here is the first step, okay? This is the first step to getting yourself free from this.
Yeah. It's a personal project for you, sir.
It is. Yeah. Well, I'm paying for it.
How much are these costing you?
I'd say each ball is like $50,000.
Is there any update on the ballroom?
Yeah, we start pretty soon.
Where we
We have
gotta
a
go?
beautiful ballroom. Good question. Right here. See you. East Wing goes from here all. See the big piece of land over there? Goes all the way over to there. Really, really good. We're using one of the top architects.
How large will the flags be?
They're big. They're beautiful.
Big and beautiful. The biggest poles you'll ever see.
They're big.
Big.
Mr. President,
Big ones.
can you get an email?
You're gonna need a whole truck full of Diddy lube for these poles.
Yeah, I'll be game. Think so. Amazing equipment in there, what do you think, huh?
Wow. Just big heavy equipment for these giant poles, dude.
You, the mind, what they can develop. No, look, that's
Can you think of it? Wow, look at that. Can you think of it? Look at that big machine there, and how I can lift that pole and erect that pole. It's my favorite.
what we're doing. They don't know it's tough, it's easy. They just want to put up flags and...
Yeah, they don't do it like we do. Those woke pole raisers. DEI pole raisers. We got real American pole raisers here. All right, that's what this looks like. You want to be a real American pole raiser? You can work for my administration. We'll raise poles together.
These are great workers.
Wow.
I've had it for a long time.
Wow.
In the first term I had it, but you know, you guys were after me. I said I had to focus. I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter.
I hate this. We're in hell. We are in hell. We're living in hell. I am the hunt. What do you say? I was the hunted and now I'm the hunter. I have become Hunter Biden. Did he actually say I was the hunted and now I'm the hunter?
In the first term I had it, but you know, you guys were after me. I said I had to focus. I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference. Big difference. But he was the same no matter what.
Yeah, it is surprising that out of all the presidents we've had, that this has never taken place.
That is Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend asking questions here, by the way. Just serving, just glazing Trump at the same time.
It's crazy.
Look, there's a little flagpole that's like 15 feet high.
Yeah, little tiny woke pole. Okay, we do giant poles here. That's what I like. That's what I'm used to seeing. Big, thick, erect poles. That's my favorite.
Flag up top. This is the real deal. This is the best you can get. There's nothing.
The best you can get. You can't get better poles than what we got.
Nothing like this. You know, most of them are 20 feet, 25 feet. This is close to 100 feet. And I think it's a great location. You know, you put it out there, people don't appreciate it.
That's true.
And then we're going to do a flower bed around it, beautiful flower bed.
Oh,
bigger than that.
Oh, okay.
So you have the pole, and then you have the
So you have the pole, and it's gonna go into some flowers. Wow.
Come out here and hit some golf balls. When you find time in your schedule.
35 club championships. You all know that.
I know that.
35-time club championship winner, guys. You're talking to a club champion here. Watch out.
35 club championships. I haven't hit a ball in.
This was literally news coverage today, guys. I mean, we're watching it in the side window, but this was literally like a full-on newscast today.
3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Time to get out there.
It's time to be a little busy. Would you rather have me be doing what I'm doing now?
Of course.
In the end. See the way they have that hoisted, it's great.
Wow.
If you lift it up,
Wow.
from one, you have to lift it from the bottom,
Yeah.
but you have to get it there. But
Yep.
if you lifted it from without that,
Yep.
the whole thing would split.
Yeah. Yep.
So interesting.
It's in
Yep. Exactly.
big sections, but
Big sections, big thick sections for my big thick pole.
and they connect so incredibly.
Wow.
Mr. President, while we're watching, could I ask, when was the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
Well, the phone call that he said I didn't make, that I documented. Did you see that? I haven't spoken to
you
him.
showed the
Screenshot.
That was the last time?
That was the last time.
Any changes to the troops being deployed there?
No, I won the case yesterday. I didn't read that I won it because I don't think anybody wrote it. They only write it when I lose it. Did you notice I won the case?
Ninth Circuit.
You know what's interesting here is that when it goes in, they then put sand inside. And if they use dirt or anything else other than sand, it rots out the pole over a period of years.
I literally can't believe this is actual. Hold on. Let's just. You guys need to see this. You need to just see this. What we're looking at here, full screen, and like this is full on. Like, brother.
But sand, for some reason, chemically just works. It gives you flexibility, and it doesn't do anything to the cast. It's amazing. So watch that's 9 feet deep, and then, boy, it's a beautiful. It's a perfect pole for.
Oh, so it's going nuts.
Yo. Oh yeah, well, liberals are dumb, and I don't like liberals. This is fine. This is fine. Oh yeah, well, Trump's still your president. Oh my God. Help.
9 feet.
It goes 9 feet down.
9 feet down.
And there's nothing in there right now. Just the tube goes 9
Wow.
feet down. And when they fill it with sand.
They're just gonna fill it. It's so gonna go 9 feet down, and it's so thick, and then they're gonna fill it.
Absolutely pure.
That's my favorite part.
If they didn't, the chemicals do, they work on the bottom part. Is that interesting to anybody?
Is that interesting to anybody? Nobody cares. Not a single person asked for that information, Donald Trump. Not a single person. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend is standing there, like, just listening. But everyone's like, okay, how about Iran or Russia or like the federal troops in LA or nope, this pole. Check out my pole. So big and thick, and you're not gonna have the rope clanking.
Well, rope on the inside of the pole.
Yeah.
Much better. The first one looks better. I mean, I've never seen it on this.
Never seen a pole like that before.
I've never seen it at Mar-a-Lago. I have a similar pole, not quite as tall as this, but the rope's on the outside, and you hear that rope banging, clanging.
Here, that little thing sticking up out of the belt. See the little thing sticking out?
The ball?
Yeah, the bar.
Where's Finio?
Like the little fin.
Oh, I see. That's so they can hook up the rope. They put the rope in later.
They really did. How long did this go for? They really did Trump rambling to the pole being installed coverage and crazy.
Eagle on top of the flagpoles.
I like this better. This is a little more classy. I'm a big eagle person, as you probably know, but this looks better.
Mr. President, can you share some of what you've told Israeli Prime Minister?
Yeah, something.
So keep going. What way to say
Have you given him any
I speak to him
indication?
every day. He's a good man, doing a lot. Been very unfairly treated by his country, I think. Very unfairly treated.
Have you given him any indication that you may seek to aid them more than you have already?
No, I haven't. So far, he's doing a good job. He has been treated very unfairly. He's a wartime president, and he's going through this nonsense. It's ridiculous.
It seems like you agree with him.
You're talking about Netanyahu is a.
That
Yeah, the National Security Council.
It's a very good meeting.
Anything that came up in particular that...
Well, little things, big things, but...
President Netanyahu.
Good meeting. It's working well.
it seems like you
See how straight that is? Look, they put that dead...
Wow, so straight. Wow, look at how straight that. Ask me about my poll. Don't ask me about the geopolitical landscape and the fucking. Ask me about this landscape. That pole over there. That's what I want to talk about.
And then they pour in the sand.
Yeah.
It's amazing, right? Who would think you have to have sand?
Yeah, exactly.
Very pure.
Yeah.
I know you enjoy
Yeah, it's got to be you got to have that American sand, not that woke sand.
President. They ever miss the
I love construction.
Yeah, I'm a big construction guy. I love it.
your heart in it.
Well, I love it. I know it better than anybody. When I see a train, a railroad going from San Francisco to L.A., I think it's 100 times over budget.
It's incredible.
One of the most incompetent things. That's Newscomb.
And why do they keep funding that?
I think we're not going to anymore. In fact, a little bit of a story. We're not going to fund that anymore. It's out of control. First of all, it doesn't go where it's supposed to. It's supposed to go from L.A. to San Francisco. Now, because they don't have any money, they've spent, 30, 40 times more than it was supposed to spend. And they made it much shorter because it no longer goes into the cities. It stops miles outside of the cities.
Because if you were a builder and you went 34 times over the budget, you would be fired, right?
If you went a half a time over the budget. So see what they're doing? They're unwrapping the sand. It's all pure sand.
Guys, I don't know. Oh, MAGA, it's summertime. Just check out, all right? Go fuck off and go drink or something. Go to the beer garden and talk about how great Trump was. Okay? It's over. Talk about how he lost the election or Hunter Biden or something else, cuz Trump right now, talking about him for you is not going to go well. So you got to talk about like the deportations or talk about ICE or something. I don't know. Be excited about that. But even that's not going well for you either. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what advice to give you right now.
Along those lines,
And if it weren't pure sand, it would eat away at the metal.
Mr. President, with the rail funding in California, will your recent dust-ups with Governor Newsom impact additional wildfire relief out there? They've requested $40 billion.
Make sure that pole's straight pole.
You shouldn't have fires like that. You clean the floor of your forest and you won't have any forest fires. You know, Austria has very, very flammable trees. They don't have forest fires because they clean the floors. They maintain their forests. Good, in fact, you know,
Is this Trump's greatest achievement, you guys? Are we looking at Trump's greatest achievement right now, ever? Like he's saying so many things. It's tough to stop because he's just talking about the sand, and then he quickly jumps to California. He shits on California, and he back to the sand.
hatred is never a good thing in politics. When you don't like somebody, don't respect somebody, it's harder for that person to get money if you're on time. But he's done a bad job.
How will you ensure that...
I'll tell you one thing, if I didn't bring in the military to Los Angeles, you wouldn't...
10 minutes ahead. Let's see. All right, so we skipped 10 minutes of time. Let's see if anything's changed.
Really enjoying it. Barron's enjoying it. All my kids are enjoying it, actually.
Still going. It's pretty hot out here. What the fuck?
What's muggier, the DC or West Palm Beach in the summer?
I think this is muggier. This is a muggy.
Mr. President,
could I ask you about the Paramount deal and the merger with Skydance and the other things? Like, what's holding that up, and like, do you see that being resolved?
Hunter's even agreed with me on that. She's been wanting to get rid of the debt ceiling because she said it's too violent. It is violent.
Wow.
So, I mean, anybody that votes
For that sand.
they voted to give a 68% tax increase and many other bits. There would be no money for the border. Whenever they talk about Gavin Newsom, I say, look at the railroad. Look at the railroad.
Remember, we were 25 minutes ahead of time now before we talked about it like last time. So we're skipping time here. And he's still gonna he'll re-ramble. That's why it's like not worth listening to the whole thing, because he'll just repeat himself and say the same thing and just keep doing
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
There you go.
It's not a question of anything else. And if you did, you wouldn't have much of a country, because they would use it on us and they'd use it on other people, and they'd be a terror all over the world. So I may have some people that are a little bit unhappy now, but I have some people that are very happy, and I have people outside of the base that can't believe that this is happening. They're so happy. And they would.
A plant from his prop wildfires, and as the great real estate mogul really talking about
his poll,
everything under the sun this morning. Chinese Communist Party will do against America. Play football championship, that new smorgasbord.
Where's the part where they put the flag up?
Celebrations.
Yeah.
7 fishes.
Get your conservative products, all of it. It's like watching a movie about America that makes fun of America. There you go. That's the part we're waiting for. America, baby, right there. Big. Wait, so you're still gonna have clanking on the pole? Trump's not gonna like that. Did Trump stay out there for the actual flag part, or did he not stay out there for that? Oh, he's there. I don't know. Yeah, idiocracy. I don't see him. Did he stay out there for this part? There he is. Wow. Trump's legacy. do we even get to see the flag go up? Bro, we didn't even get to see the flag. Didn't even film the flag going up or what? Nope, just we got to see Trump. That's what we're all here for. How do you like it? There it is. Everybody having a good time? Incredible work. Well, that's how the day started. You're caught up now. That's what's happened so far. You're wondering, like, man, is there any major U.S. decision today? What's happening? That's what's happening right now. Well, a few hours ago. You guys having a good time? Everybody happy? Goodness, dude. Incredible. All right, there's one down, one more to go. So he's got another one going up right next to it. Trying to find, I just saw something about Mike Johnson get posted, but I don't know if it's relevant. All that's missing in the White House is one of those, what is it, the car dealership character that like moves or whatever. It's got like the arms and it's like moving. You gotta put like 4 of those up and then it'll be perfect. Anyways, here's the actual flags that are, you know, that's our flags for real that are at the White House now. If we're being serious. If we're being dead serious about it. New White House lawn flags are up, guys. You've seen bigger. Don't tell Trump that, he'll be upset. They're the biggest, most beautiful flags. No one has a bigger flag. No one's flags are better. How's everybody doing this afternoon? How are you guys doing this afternoon? Yeah, it's Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth in a questioning today. He was questioned. Military planes are taking off from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton right now. Something to keep up on. Hey guys, the press secretary says that the big beautiful bill will benefit everyone because you're gonna get $1,000 boost. $1,000, guys. Thought we were getting 5,000 or whatever, and whatever the hell that was. Well, you're gonna lose all your Social Security and Medicare and all your benefits to get $1,000. Lies. Caroline Nazi Barbie posted it herself. $1,000, guys, and they're excited. Imperative. Even if you do get that, selling out your benefits and shit to the ultra rich and your Medicare and your Social Security is clown move. Wow, you literally lost your entire, like, because we can't work forever. Some people try to. I don't want to. Fuck that. I'm 32. I'm gonna turn 32 this year. My brother has his own house and he's married, and like my dad, for some fucking reason, keeps working. He's like 63 now. He won't stop. He can't stop. It's like addicted to it. Oh, I just got an update from the study of war when it has to do with Israel-Iran. Perfect timing. This is serious. Russia offers to mediate Israel-Iran talks, you guys. Russia offers to mediate Israel-Iran talks. Russian President Putin offered to mediate the Iran-Israel talks following the onset of the Iran-Israel war on June 13th. Neither Iran, Israel, nor the United States is likely to engage in productive talks for peace for Iran's nuclear program in the near term. Putin is likely using the Iran-Israeli war to present himself to the U.S. President Donald Trump as a peacemaker in a bid to improve bilateral U.S.-Russian relations and secure more concessions over the war in Ukraine. Well, you heard what Trump said in the poll erection today. He said that Putin has his own war to worry about, but he said, Vladimir, you have your own thing to worry about. More responses. Russia and the People's Republic of China condemned Israel's strikes against Iran and expressed support for the diplomatic settlement of the war. The PRC is attempting to balance between appearing to promote international law while maintaining good relations with Iran and other regional allies. Russia and other U.S. adversaries are watching and learning from international relations. So now they're watching this one. Used to be watching Ukraine to see how the U.S. would respond, and now they're watching this one now. Interesting. Interesting. Whatever the U.S. does for Ukraine, the world will watch. Now they switched, and now they're watching Israel-Iran, and that will decide it now. Russo-Iranian coalition prospects. The Israel-Iran war may have limited impacts on Iran's ability to sustain defense cooperation with Russia. Russia is currently less reliant on Iran than it has been in previous years since the start of the war because of their usage of Shaheeds. But Russia's they started using their own cabs and their own stuff, and North Koreans. Russia's lack of substantive response towards Iran emphasizes the limitations of Russia as a partner of states such as Iran, the PRC, and North Korea. Russo-North Korean civilian cooperation. Russia and North Korea are expanding road, rail, and air links as they promote civil cooperation. North Korea can use these transportation links to send more workers to Russia to reap economic benefits. And then the Sino-Russian competition in Central Asia. CCP General Secretary Xi Jinping signed a multilateral treaty of friendship and bilateral agreements with all 5 Central Asian states and the second China-Central Asia Summit in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan announced that it would purchase its first nuclear power plants from both Russia and the PRC, highlighting how Central Asia is balancing between the two dominant powers in the region. So U.S., we ended all of our soft power with USAID, and China's going to fill it up and take hold because Trump probably let them do that. Because he loves China and he loves Xi. He loves them. New House GOP moderates blindsided by the GOP's Medicaid provider tax changes are scrambling to strip it from the final bill. The Senate's move on the politically explosive Medicaid provision surprised many in Speaker Johnson's circle, who are now dealing with the fallout. Moderates are working to set up calls with leadership. The rural hospital relief GOP senators are talking about only validates. Okay, so there's some issues in the GOP side of the bill. Some drama. We can hear some from Hegseth too as well. Thank you, Suzanne, with the gifted coming in hot. I appreciate it. Goes to Oliver Jasko. Thank you so much.
Did you discuss General Huck's dismissal with Laura Loomer prior to his removal? I don't discuss who I talk about anything with, but ultimately this is my decision, and he serves at the pleasure of the president, and that's why he's no longer there.
So do you believe it's appropriate for any social media personality to influence personnel decisions in your department, yes or no?
I believe your time is up, Senator.
Oh, it is not up to you.
What is that? We gotta check that out. What the hell was that? Now we gotta watch the whole thing. I believe your time is up, Senator. What the heck?
Military capable of maintaining deterrence and applying force when necessary to protect U.S. interests, as he has done in Yemen. I regret to say that this fiscal year 2026 budget request will not deliver that military. When Secretary Hegseth testified before this committee in his confirmation hearing, he made the correct point that spending less than 3% of GDP
put that up on the side.
defense would be, and I quote, very dangerous, unquote. What we have in front of us is an inadequate budget request with precious little detail and no follow-on data about fiscal years 2027, 2028, or 2029. We must assume, and in fact, we have heard, that OMB intends to maintain defense spending at $893 billion across the 4 years of this administration. So even with a one-time $150 billion reconciliation infusion, this would leave us at 2.65% of GDP by 2029, below 3% of GDP and well below the 5% of GDP that we really, really need. Clearly, such a budget plan would allow the military balance to continue, as it has been, to tilt away from the United States and toward Communist China. Communist China has increased its budget by over 7% each year for the past decade. I know the Secretary fought for a stronger fiscal year 2026 discretionary request.
We're going to speed them up a little bit.
That a flat fiscal year 2026 budget is what OMB delivered. I expect we will spend today reviewing the numerous significant holes in this request, gaps that will make it much more difficult for President Trump to equip our service members and for his advisors to develop credible military options. Across the budget, we see significant holes: shipbuilding, tactical fighters, basic maintenance money.
Thank you, Laner.
All insufficient. The budget seems to be written as if there are many items in the reconciliation package that simply are not in that bill. This is confusing because the text of the reconciliation bill has been public for quite some time.
Can you guys see everything and hear everything well? We'll run this, okay? I think this is the best way. That way we got Tel Aviv full screen, and then anything we got to go through today, we can watch in the side window. Can you guys see everything, hear everything well? Let me check. I'm giving you what you want, shenanigans, and everyone else, that we could have been doing this last week with all the protests, but now I know how. I got you. So whenever there's another wave of protesting, we're going to have a command center, basically, with all the feeds up. I got you. Well, not all of them, but we'll have one big one, and then we'll have other windows like this. Everything good? All right, let's get it.
Chairman Rogers of the House and I worked closely with the executive branch and members of this committee on the contents of the package. This budget threatens to undermine the good work we have done together on that bill and leads me to question whether some officials in the administration plan to ignore congressional intent. I believe ignoring congressional intent would be a wrong-headed decision for the United States of America. We all work for the American people, and we share largely identical goals when it comes to deterring Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and other threats. We need to work much more closely together on investment strategies and actions necessary to rebuild our industrial base. The President and the Congress want action on reindustrialization. We want to rebuild the arsenal of democracy. We need action on industrial base integration, streamlined weapon sales, and cooperation with our allies and partners. We agree on fundamentally changing the way the DoD budgets and handles acquisition. Now we need to agree on providing the men and women of the Department of Defense with the resources they need to do their jobs. We have no time.
Yeah, chatter on Twitch, you're likely correct, is nothing militarily will happen from the U.S. until the carriers are in place. So true. So that's like, what, 2 days? Should be by tomorrow? Or by tomorrow, Thursday. I believe the carriers will be in position. So nothing will, like, Yeah, we're just watching what happens between Israel and Iran, and then if Trump makes any crazy decisions,
Time to waste.
Whatever.
We must commit to continued collaboration now. With that, I turn to my friend and colleague, Senator Reid, for his remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, General Kane, Ms. McDougall, welcome. Mr. Secretary, as the chairman has said, this is a dangerous moment. As we speak, missiles are striking cities across Israel and Iran, threatening to ignite a regional war. There should be no doubt that for the safety of the United States and the rest of the world, Iran cannot acquire a nuclear weapon. However, Prime Minister Netanyahu's decision to preemptively launch a war with Iran against the urging of the president threatens the stability of the entire region and the safety of Americans stationed there. The Trump administration must take urgent steps to prevent a wider war. Mr. Secretary, I would ask you to be crystal clear this morning about the administration's posture toward Iran. More broadly, Russia continues its bloody assault on Ukraine, unmoved by President Trump's negotiating tactics, and China is threatening our allies in the Indo-Pacific as America once again redirects its attention to the Middle East. This is a moment that requires leadership, expertise, and confidence from the Department of Defense. And Mr. Secretary, I am concerned, frankly, that these qualities have been eroded under your leadership. In your opening statement, you write, quote, "At the Department of Defense, we are sweeping away distractions to focus on our core mission of warfighting," close quote. I'm a bit skeptical. Since you were sworn in, much of the Pentagon has been in disarray.
So again, this is good. This is Pete Hegseth getting grilled now here.
Purged thousands of defense experts, gutted oversight offices, and surrounded yourself with hand-picked loyalists. You have fired a number of our most accomplished generals and admirals with no explanation, no replacement. Your chief of staff, several top policy advisors, and chief spokesmen have all either resigned or been fired. This is a legitimate problem for our national defense. Much of the Pentagon seems to have been paralyzed by infighting and stripped of expert staff at a time when we need stability and professionalism. Mr. Secretary, you must address this so the rest of the department can be laser focused on their missions. I'm also concerned about your forays into diplomacy. The Secretary must be a capable statesman, especially in this dangerous global environment. During your first official trip to Europe, you made unfortunate mistakes, including by accidentally conceding America's negotiating leverage to Russia when you announced, quote, we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's 2014 borders is an unrealistic objective, and, quote, the United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. The State Department walked back your comments, but I worry that they cost us lasting credibility during peace negotiations and with our European allies. And Mr. Secretary, I hope you've learned from these episodes. The key to our long-run success against China, Russia, and Iran and others depend on our ability to equip our forces with the ships, aircraft, and weapons needed to effectively deter them or, if necessary, defeat them. Mr. Secretary, you have said that readiness is your top priority, but I'm concerned by a number of actions you have taken that seem to distract from readiness. For example, you're in the process of firing 8% of the defense workforce, or 75,000 employees, and you recently gutted the Office of the Director of Operational Tests and Evaluation, which is responsible for testing new weapons and platforms for warfighters. You have argued that these cuts were needed to eliminate wasteful spending, but you have simultaneously pledged hundreds of millions of dollars to convert a second-hand Qatari jet to be Air Force One. These decisions do not seem to align with readiness. Similarly, over the past 2 weeks, you have ordered 4,700 National Guard troops and Marines into Los Angeles against the will of the governor and mayor. These forces are in addition to the 13,000 troops you have deployed to the southern border and separate from the 20,000 National Guard troops requested by DHS to help ICE conduct, quote, interior immigration efforts. As a consequence, military units have to cancel their National Training Center rotations and waste invaluable hours and resources performing DHS activities unrelated to their warfighting missions. I cannot imagine a faster way to erode military readiness.
Hello, Rachel.
Distract from our
Hello, everybody.
To deter China, Russia, and Iran. You also claim that merit is the only measure of performance under your leadership. That is a worthy principle. However, you refuse to explain you fired many of our most senior military officers, including the Chief of Naval Operations and the Commander of Cyber Command. All of these positions remain unfilled, which weakens our military. As importantly, these officers were fired without any justification, indeed without considering merit, which creates the worst possible outcome for a military force. Fear throughout the ranks that one should not speak up, should not refuse an illegal order, and should not...
let me be so serious. Be so like I'm majority of my chat will agree with you, but you really trust Pete Hegseth running the country if Trump sends us into a war? But running the military? I don't whatsoever. I'm obviously against any U.S. intervention with this, to begin with. But then obviously they're going to do what they want, right? So then we all have to accept a dog shit reality if it happens. And Pete Hegseth leading the troops, we are so fucked if that does happen. So it's like layers of bad that'll happen beyond just obviously the bad of the U.S. getting involved.
I call out abuse, no question decisions. I fear that last week's disturbing display of partisanship at President Trump's event at Fort Bragg is an example of this. Mr. Secretary, I hope you understand the grave risks of politicizing the military and that you will commit to preventing it. Finally, you have pledged to be transparent as Secretary of Defense. Yet, to date, you have not held a single press conference at the Pentagon. Instead, you have evicted news outlets in the building, overwhelmingly restricted press access, and searched for leaks within your own staff.
Get 'em.
Even threatening general officers with polygraph tests.
Yep.
This is not transparency, and it is a disservice to the American people who deserve to know what their military is doing. Ultimately, Mr. Secretary, this is a dangerous moment, and you must better demonstrate leadership, expertise, and competence atop the Pentagon. You are the 9th Secretary of Defense I have overseen as a member of this committee. In fact, this is the 26th time I have questioned the Secretary of Defense during their annual posture hearing. I have disagreed with each and every one of them on issues of policy and strategy, some more frequently than others, but I've always been able to work with them openly and earnestly because we shared a common agreement that our national defense supersedes partisanship. It's disappointing so far that we have not been able to establish such a relationship with this committee and with your department. Your candid and honest testimony today can go a long way toward making that possible, and I hope we can make that progress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Reid. At this point, we'll ask our witnesses to summarize their testimony in 5 minutes or shorter. And we begin with Secretary Hegseth. Sir, welcome to the committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Reid, distinguished members of the committee, we appreciate the opportunity to testify in full support of President Trump's proposed fiscal year 26 budget for the Department of Defense. I'm honored to testify alongside General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and Bryn McDonald, who's performing the duties of DOD's Comptroller and Chief Financial Officer. We are also very proud to represent our warriors and their families. And today, as they do every day, they're keeping our country safe. They're defending our homeland. They're standing up to communist China. They're working hand in glove with our allies and partners. They are achieving peace through strength. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your bipartisan leadership to give our troops a big pay raise in 2025. That includes an additional 10% raise for our junior enlisted service members E1 to E4. Thank you for supporting our initiatives that improve quality of life for our warriors and their families.
The 10% raise.
Making historic investments. This budget makes historic investments in living conditions.
The troops will get $100, maybe 200 if they're lucky, if they live Oconus.
In barracks and base housing. This budget reforms the PCS process to reduce the cost and stress of moves for families. We've already seen changes there. And we improve the quality of care provided by our defense healthcare system. The best part of my job is meeting and interacting with troops and their families. We hear their concerns. We know what it's like to face these challenges. I've been there recently. Each of these initiatives responds to feedback that we've gotten from the force. We are listening, and we are always looking for ways to improve quality of life for those who serve. Under President Trump's leadership, this budget puts America first and gives our warriors what they need. The $961.6 billion budget request, more than $1 trillion for national security, will end 4 years of chronic underinvestment in our military. Now, as is custom with first-year administration budget releases, additional time was necessary to implement presidential initiatives. So in the last 4 months, we've moved quickly to reverse course after 4 years of weakness and mismanagement. We found nearly $30 billion in savings across the department. And this savings, if you add this savings to our overall budget, we're increasing the DoD budget in 2026 by $143 billion. We do that by killing wasteful programs, targeting bureaucratic excess, and redirecting funding from Biden-era priorities to President Trump's priorities. We're working with the Department of Homeland Security to increase border security, to reduce China's malign influence in the Western Hemisphere, to defend freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. However, as we would all acknowledge, there's more work to do. I've got 3 core priorities in the department: restore the warrior ethos, rebuild our military, and reestablish deterrence. First, we're restoring the warrior ethos. President Trump has charged me to focus relentlessly on warfighting, lethality, meritocracy, standards, and readiness, and that is exactly what we're doing. We're setting standards that are high, equal, and unwavering. DEI is dead. We replaced it with a colorblind, gender-neutral, merit-based approach, and the force is responding incredibly. Because of President Trump and his America First priorities, recruitment and retention are higher than they've been in decades. Historic surge of young Americans who want to join our military. Second, we're rebuilding our military. 25 years ago, our military was unchallenged, yet we squandered that advantage as China carried out an unprecedented military buildup. President Trump is correcting that. We're refining our defense industrial base, reforming our acquisitions process.
What are you even talking about?
And new weapons to meet the challenges of the future. This budget invests $25 billion in Golden Dome for America, a down payment on President Trump's priority to
Golden Dome for America, guys. Oops. Golden Dome for America.
Defend our homeland. It also commits more than $62 billion to modernize and sustain our nuclear forces as we face rising nuclear dangers. The budget allocates $3.5 billion for the F-47, the world's first sixth-generation air superiority.
What a joke! What a fucking joke! Actual joke there. So, it's becoming beyond memes. So the F-47 jet, the Golden Dome system, which is Israel's Iron Dome, but Trump's gonna name it the Golden Dome because of his obsession with gold shit.
Fighter. The budget will revitalize our shipbuilding industrial base with $6 billion in funding in FY26, and that's on top of $47 billion overall for shipbuilding. The budget significantly increases funds to buy next-generation technology, including autonomous systems, long-range drones, long-range fires, and hypersonics. We will put these capabilities in the hands of our warfighters, ensuring we remain the most lethal force in the world for generations to come. And third, we're reestablishing deterrence. When an opponent sees our well-equipped and tough-as-nails warriors, they will decide that today is not the day to test U.S. resolve. Credible deterrence, it starts at home, and it starts with securing our borders. As was mentioned by the chairman, we are working to achieve 100% operational control of the border. Illegal crossings have decreased 99.9%, and it was just reported today that CBP released 0 illegals into the U.S. last month, down from 62,000 released into the interior last May. The Indo-Pacific is our priority theater, and China is our pacing threat. That's why I've traveled twice to that region to visit our forces and meet with our allies and partners. As we shift toward the Indo-Pacific,
just making up
we're looking more to our allies and partners to be force multipliers alongside the United States, and we're making progress in that.
You guys understand when he says numbers and they're lying. He's absolutely lying, right? Like you don't need to like freak out or get mad. Just understand he's lying. Okay, it's up to the Congress to call him out for it. Okay, I'm with it. I'm with you. He's lying through his teeth. You don't have to convince me.
We applaud those allies who are stepping up, but others need to do more and quickly. At the NATO heads of state meeting next week, we expect NATO allies to commit to spending 5% of GDP on defense and defense-related investment, an almost inconceivable accomplishment when President Trump started that project in his first term. And with NATO stepping up, we now have a new standard for allied defense spending that all of our allies around the world, including—
No, he's lying. He's lying. Those are lies.
—including in Asia, should move to. As the president has rightly pointed out, it's only fair that our allies and partners do their part. We cannot want their security more than they do. The Department of Defense is executing a common sense agenda to achieve peace through strength. We know the threats we face are serious, and so our investments are as well. And that's what this budget does. It matches capabilities to threats. We long for peace, so we prepare for war. We must overcome decades of neglect and decline. We must fortify our position as the world's most lethal fighting force, and we have to act fast because our opponents are. This committee is our critical partner. We appreciate your leadership and oversight, which is essential. And I look forward to accomplishing these goals to achieve peace through strength, support our warriors, protect our citizens and our taxpayers, together with you. May God grant us the wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, do you wish to summarize your testimony?
Yes, sir.
You are recognized
morning.
for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to hit that target. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, members of the committee, thank you for being here. I'm honored to join Secretary Hegseth and Ms. Bryn McDonald to appear before you today to testify in the President's fiscal year 26 budget.
Now, Ms. McDonald, we will not require an opening statement from you. Thank you for your for being available for questions today. And now we move to rounds of 5-minute questions. And let me say, we expect full attendance today, and I expect all members will want to ask
Obviously.
questions. I've tried to be very skillful sometimes in my membership on this committee to ask a very involved question with about 20 seconds to go in my 5 minutes. We will not be using that practice today, or we'll be here in the wee hours of the early evening. So at this point, let me begin by asking Secretary Hegseth about congressional intent. We worry about the explicit choices that the Congress has made and that have been enacted into law by the president in the fiscal year 2026 budget. The decision came to us surprisingly to zero out destroyers, even though Congress intended for reconciliation to give the industrial base stability with a third DDG in fiscal years 2027 and in 2029. I've asked this of every nominee from the department who has come before us about honoring congressional intent. We will put funds in the reconciliation bill, working with the House and working with the administration to get the signature on the bill. And we will make clear alongside that the specific congressional intent. I've asked this of every official, and I will ask you as well, Mr. Secretary, do you commit to following congressional intent unequivocally on reconciliation?
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. Yes, our team looks forward to working with this committee, both through the budget process and reconciliation, and would acknowledge, just as a starting point of the conversation, that we are looking at 2 bills and 1 budget at the Defense Department. So as we have discussions about allocation, we may sometimes be talking about different numbers because of that, but from our perspective, we built a budget tied to $960 billion.
Are you qualifying your explicit yes? Because we have not had that from any of the other witnesses that have come before us. If our congressional intent alongside the numbers in reconciliation is explicitly expressed, do you commit to following congressional intent unequivocally in reconciliation?
Yes, we just wanted to clarify the entirety of the budget from our perspective.
Well, thank you very much. Now, you said once before that, and I quoted in my opening statement, Mr. Secretary, that going below 3% of GDP would be very dangerous. That was your testimony in January. Of course, you know well that we're asking our allies in Europe and NATO to go to 5%, and it has been the intention of most of us on the committee that the United States lead by example, and in fact follow the peace through strength example of President Reagan and his administration in getting to 5%. I understand that if you put reconciliation and the budget request together for this year, it exceeds 3%. But if we go back to that same baseline for the next 3 years after that, we'll be under 3%. We intend to fix that. But do you still agree that going below 3% would be a, quote, very dangerous, unquote, choice?
Yes, sir, and so does the President of the United States, which is why this budget increases from FY25 13%, puts us at 3.5% of GDP on defense, and we feel like is a generational increase in defense capabilities. And when you add that alongside the $30 billion we've already found in savings and repurposed, that's where I get to the $143 billion in additional spending in defense, which I think is substantial.
Yeah, well, let's get through Roger Wicker.
First, I'll take those 5 seconds.
Oh, no, sir. No, that's not the way it works.
First, let me apologize to Miss McDonald, who I said was Miss McDougal. You're Irish, right?
My husband is, yes, sir.
Well, that's good enough. Thank you. You were Scotch for a few minutes, but I apologize, ma'am. And, Mr. Secretary, you have fired a number of general and flag officers, and you clearly have the authority to do that, but there was no cause given, and it's also deeply concerning it's taking a long time to appoint successors. I understand that today you announced that the nominee for CNO will be Admiral Darrell Cordell. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, we still have many of these positions open, including the U.S. Cyber Command, which is absolutely critical.
Sir, I believe we all
are affecting our warfighting ability. Do you believe that these lack of nominated leaders are affecting our warfighting abilities?
Sir, I believe we all serve at the pleasure of the president, and
you don't need commanders, and you got Trump.
Every single position, we're looking for the right man or woman to fill that role to execute on behalf of the missions of this department, and we're doing it.
Yeah, we don't have enough yes men. We don't have enough yes men that'll do whatever Trump wants.
Expeditiously in every case.
Yeah.
Again, do you have any anticipation of when we'll receive the nominee for Cyber Command?
Sir, as I mentioned before, we have a very capable deputy at Cyber Command who has taken the helm. So it's not as if it's without leadership, very much so. But we are, as recently as yesterday, had a high-level discussion of exactly what that will be.
Mr. Secretary, in your opening statement, you stated, at the Department of Defense, we are sweeping away distraction to focus on our core mission of warfighting. However, since your confirmation, your office has been consumed by high turnover and disarray. At least 3 senior aides were fired and subsequently investigated for leaks, alleged leaks to the press. Your first chief of staff has since left his position, and to the best of my knowledge, that position is vacant. The Inspector General is reviewing
for nuclear deterrence. The Indo-Pacific and the AUKUS is one way to do that.
Duckworth, Slotkin, and Rosen. Okay. We don't need to listen to every single one.
Not a part of the problem or a relative.
He sucks. Rounds. Did Blumenthal ask him a question?
Said that you've submitted precious little detail, to quote him.
Go back.
Now,
go back to have been under existing and well-established authorities to use troops to not.
Just go back here.
Illegal.
Sure. Senator Blumenthal.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, you've been asked about options for the use of force abroad. I want to ask about the use of our military at home. I have been deeply disturbed and alarmed by the use of active duty troops, Marines, in Los Angeles, and President Trump has made clear his intention to continue to use.
You know what? The right wing can't say shit about stolen valor when you elected a president that got out of the war because of his weak ass bone spurs. You bone spurs president. You can't talk about people that have actually served. You've lost the right to
use the military to suppress dissent and likely inflame tensions there and elsewhere, all under the guise of enforcing the law. What he's doing may well be illegal. I want to ask you about contingency plans for the use of active duty military in other cities. Do you have such contingency plans?
Senator, I would just say we share the president's view that, as you characterize it, we are deeply disturbed and alarmed that ICE officers are being attacked while doing their job in any city in America. And so allowing National Guard or active troops under existing authorities to defend them is important.
On ICE officers, yes, but we ought to be equally alarmed by the illegal use of active duty Marines or other military. I take it from your answer that you do have contingency plans for the use of military in other cities.
We have never and will not illegally deploy troops. All have been under existing and well-established authorities to use troops to support federal law enforcement officers.
So far, there's been no legal justification. It's been challenged successfully. I think that it will prevail. Those challenges will prevail in the courts. And I want to ask you right now to submit to this panel those contingency plans for the use of active duty military in other cities. I want to move on to another area of questioning. The chairman has said that you've submitted precious little detail, to quote him, precious little detail about the budget. I think there is no detail. This budget is literally a rough outline with short-sighted shortfalls. For example, the shortfall on the Columbia class, $2 billion. Only about $1 billion for Virginia class. There is virtually no outline or specificity as to how you are going to provide drones to defend and also engage in offensive outline and maneuvers. The nature of warfare is changing right before our eyes in real time. Unmanned aerial and undersea warfare is happening in Ukraine and elsewhere. And I think that you owe this committee and the American public more specificity in that budget, because we will be at risk. We are at risk right now in the Middle East. And I want to know whether we have contingency plans to protect our U.S. personnel in the region from the kind of swarm of drones that have proved devastating already to 3 of our service people in the Middle East on a base in Jordan. Do you have such plans to protect against drones there?
Senator, we work hand in glove with the Joint Staff and CENTCOM and every COCOM, especially right now, to ensure everything at our disposal is available to ensure maximum force protection against any contingency, including the one you described, sir.
Well, I have no assurance that we have the capacity to safeguard against a swarm of small, lightweight, slow-moving drones that are, in my view, our major vulnerability. And right now, if we engage in the Iran conflict, would put us and U.S. personnel at risk there. Let me ask you about Ukraine. I've just returned from my 7th trip to Ukraine. I am the advocate, chief sponsor with Senator Graham in the Russia sanctions bill. You said that the United States, in and the ranking member cited it, that we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective and will only prolong the war. My question to you is, when will you release the PDA $4 billion in equipment that Ukraine desperately needs? It's sitting there. Ukraine deserves it. When will it be released?
We're aware of PDA 75, and that is a decision we can make in the future.
My time has expired, but I don't consider that answer adequate.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Chairman, for being here.
Okay, we can move up and skip the dumb Republicans. Okay, that was Blumenthal. Republicans will just be like, how good is the bill? Is it really good? Do you love it? It's great. What's your favorite color? Thank you. Okay. Sullivan. Who got him good? You said who questioned him well? Cenk. Clips are great, but Rupar retweets everything, and like his whole timeline's hard to follow now. Like he retweets other people quoting his tweets, and then he just fills his timeline with a lot of things I can't track. What are the Duckworth? The Duckworth and who else? Yep. There's another one. There's two more other lines of questioning we can listen to here. Slotkin, that's the one.
They're it's only good if you have.
From our view, the budget number 9.
Here's a piece of the budget. Here's the people of the United States.
Enough of them, as I do.
Understand what the motivation is to rename bases for people who took up.
If you have a second. I guess that's it. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Kramer. Senator King.
Let it go, bud. You have like one piece of hair left in the top here, and your shit is fucked. What is up with that?
Mr. Secretary, I'm
Let it go.
Puzzled. I grew up in Virginia, where Robert E. Lee was revered. I think when I was a kid, his birthday was a school holiday. But as I grew older and learned more about American history, I learned that he fit the classic definition of a traitor. He took up arms against his country. He broke his oath as a member of the United States Army, which he took upon entering his career at West Point. Why are you going through these incredible gymnastics, finding current soldiers or other soldiers to rename? And you slipped a minute ago. You said we're returning these bases to their original names. Robert E. Lee, leading general of the Confederacy, Pickett, the other names. Why are you doing this? I don't understand what the motivation is to rename bases for.
Because they love traitors. They love anti-American people that are against America, actually.
For people who took up arms against their country on behalf of slavery. What possible motivation can there be for this? Who is telling you to do this? Who is urging you to do this?
Senator, the veterans and service members.
No, shut up. Absolutely
deployed
not.
From Fort Bragg.
Oh my God! And they loved the name of the fort, and they were upset, and they can't say that they were deployed from Fort Bragg anymore, or Fort Lee,
Fort Benning, or Fort Hood, or Fort Pickett.
There's a sense of pride and accomplishment with the name of the base. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That's such bullshit. And like, there might be maybe one or two soldiers that are like that, but they're Blue Falcons and no one likes them anyways. There may be like a little bit, like maybe one or two that'll be like, yeah, I care what base I deployed from. Yeah, they're Blue Falcons and probably ass kissers anyways, and fuck them.
Legacy. There's a connection to those bases and to those places, to what they trained for there, what they did for, and what they came home back to. That matters to them. Ask enough of them, as I do all the time, before and later. And we recognize the service of those who were put into the replacement. No one's disputing that. I would never dispute that. What we're looking at is erasing history, erasing names, erasing base names that service members are tied to.
Not erasing
people that serve
history,
at Bragg.
it's recognizing
Ask people that serve at Fort Bragg or Fort Benning if they like the fact that the names have been returned. And to a man and to a woman, they will tell you, thank God we're back to Fort Bragg, and thank
Jesus Christ.
God, we're fact, and thankfully, because so many men and women in this country have served, there's a Benning and a Bragg and a Pickett and a Hood has a Silver Star or a Medal of Honor that we could rename the base to because of the limits of what Congress allowed us to do. So
what a word scramble to do that.
This is something we've been proud to do, something that's important for the morale of the Army, and those communities appreciate that we've returned it back to what it was instead of trying to play this game of erasing names.
We're not erasing history, Mr. Secretary. We're recognizing history and recognizing that mistakes have been made in this country. The greatest of all was the Civil War, where people took up arms against their country on behalf of the institution of slavery. Mm-hmm. And to continue the practice of recognizing those people and honoring them by the naming of these bases is, I believe, an insult to the people of the United States. Let me talk about the budget. I don't understand why the budget is coming to us in two pieces. Why not give us an honest base budget instead of putting a piece of it in recognition, in reconciliation? As I understand it, OMB is saying we're going to have a flat defense budget for the next 4 or 5 years. Are we planning reconciliation every year from now on? Why not give us an honest budget telling us what your priorities are?
They have the concepts. They don't have shit.
Consider it. This committee always works in a bipartisan.
That's because Trump is the dictator. He's a wannabe dictator. So everything comes from him, and they can't give a budget because Trump could change his mind tomorrow.
Basis on the defense budget. We all want to see some increases in the defense budget, and yet you're giving us this this fake, here's a piece of the budget, here's another. You're cutting in the base budget, you're cutting shipbuilding in half and saying, well, we're going to make it up in reconciliation. Are we going to have reconciliation every year, which basically, by the way, puts a significant part, 10 or 15% of the defense budget in a wholly partisan decision-making process, whereas in the history of this committee, it's always been bipartisan. Why are we doing it this way?
Because Trump's a dictator. He wants to be a dictator, top-down leadership. But Hegseth won't say that.
Senator, from our view, the budget number 961 meets the requirements and threats that we face. And
that's not the number. The number is 892.6. You're adding reconciliation. That's my whole point. Why not give us a base budget of 961 or whatever the right number is, what you consider the right number, and then we can operate and make our decisions. Why do it in this bifurcated way that really is fooling the American people about what the defense budget is?
We're not trying to fool anybody, sir. It's 2 bills, 1 budget. We're working with OMB, and we feel very comfortable with the number of $961 billion.
Why don't you give us a straight-up budget for the Defense Department? That's my question.
Senator, this is a straight-up budget for the Defense Department. It's a 13% increase over what Joe Biden gave us.
It is a 2-part defense budget. Part of it is in reconciliation instead of in the budget that's being presented to this committee. This committee only has a review of the budget. I don't understand why we can't have an honest, straightforward budget instead of this son of Oak.
Yeah, you can't because you know why. He knows, they know why. It's because everything goes through Trump. And Trump is the dictator, and Pete Hegseth is a yes man.
That you're putting over on us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Okay, next. Oh, God, no one could. Absolutely not. Oh, Elizabeth. Let's see what Elizabeth Warren said. Okay, one by one. Go here.
Mr. Chairman, so President Trump has deployed the National Guard and then the U.S. Marines to Los Angeles over the objections of state and local officials, saying that the troops are needed to support immigration detention operations that are being carried out by ICE. On Sunday night, the president threatened to deploy ICE agents to other cities around the country that he sees as, quote, the core of the Democrat power center, end quote, specifically mentioning Chicago and New York. Secretary Hegseth, if the president wanted to deploy Marines to Chicago and New York City like he did in Los Angeles, would you carry out that order even if the local governors and mayors objected?
Thank you, Catherine, for becoming a member.
Well, Senator, because Governor Newsom was unwilling to address protecting federal law enforcement agents in Los Angeles, President Trump had all the authorities, and the Defense Department happily supported defending our ICE agents in the conduct of their job. They have the right as Americans to be able to do their job without being attacked by mobs.
They have the right as Americans. So they have their right as Americans. They're our feds. So get the fuck out of here, bro.
And we will protect them in that process. And if other states needed it, we would provide that.
I know that you heard my question. So you would be willing to send troops if the president ordered it to Chicago, New York City? That's right?
Yes.
Well, thankfully, New York City, unlike California, unlike Gavin Newsom, is willing to step up and address the issue with their local law enforcement.
I will take that as a yes. How about if the president says he wants to send troops to 15 cities? Would you be willing to do that?
Yep.
Senator, I don't accept your hypothetical because it's
hypothetical.
Not a real
That's the
one.
question. You're the Secretary of Defense. Would you send troops to 15 cities if the president thought...
I don't accept your question.
Said do it. Would you do it? 15 cities.
Again, Senator, it's a complete hypothetical lacking any context
Look,
at all.
You're the Secretary
and I refuse to
of
box
Defense.
myself in based on
Well, you
questioning
can refuse,
on a hypothetical.
but you're here asking for $1 trillion, and I want to know how you're going to spend it. And so my question is, if Donald Trump tells you to send troops to 15 American cities, are you going to spend the money and send the troops?
Thankfully, we're spending money on securing our southern border away the previous administration.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, because the good thing we're fixing Biden's mess. We're fixing Biden's mess. That's the take. Trump is the dictator. He's a supreme leader. So all budget money, everything goes through him. And then when you're asked for specifics, it's, well, we're cleaning up Biden's mess. That's the takes, and there's not going to be anything else.
Abandoned and allowed 21 million illegals to enter our country. So defending our homeland is a real serious priority under this administration, and we're doing it.
I understand the question about defense. Secretary Hegseth, about 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines have been sent to L.A. Is there a number of troops deployed to American cities over the objections of governors and mayors at which you would be concerned that we are undermining our national defense?
Senator, we've spent 2 decades guarding other people's borders. We think at the Defense Department it's about time we shore up ours.
Nice talking point, numbnuts, but you're asking for more money, and we're about to go in and aid Israel with their fucking border, right? An expansion of their borders. What a numbskull.
So that's my question. Is there a number at which sending those troops to Los Angeles or Chicago or New York starts to undermine our ability to defend ourselves around the globe? Is there a number?
Senator, we look at capabilities and readiness around the globe all the time, and we're quite satisfied with our capabilities to defend the homeland, and we'll provide more if and when it's necessary.
So you are satisfied with our capabilities. Let me just ask, have you actually done the analysis and figured out how many troops you can deploy domestically before you start to undermine readiness around the world? Have you done that analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Then would you let the rest of us in on it? We are the Senate Armed Services Committee, and you're here to ask for $1 trillion. What's the number?
We've got contingencies and plans for any number of capabilities should governors be unable, as Gavin Newsom has been, to actually...
Biden, Newsom, Obama, 5G, Nancy Pelosi. Speak. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Suzanne, and then Catherine became a member. Guys, take a moment quick. Hit the like button on the stream if you could. Spank that like button. Help the stream get out there. Thank you to everybody.
His own federal agents in their cities.
How many troops can you deploy domestically before you start to cut into our readiness internationally?
As I said, previous administrations deployed our National Guard all around the globe in numbers far beyond what we were capable of supporting. So limited contingencies inside the United States to protect federal law enforcement is
doable. If the Supreme Court orders you
doable.
to remove troops from American city streets, will you do so?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. If the Supreme Court orders you to remove troops from American cities, will you do so?
As I've said, Senator, I don't believe district courts should determine national security policy, but if the Supreme Court rules on a topic, we will abide by that.
Okay. You know, during...
So you won't listen to the courts. So courts are out, like you said. So district courts, which again are federal courts, and you have to listen to those. Not listening, only if it goes up to the Supreme Court, which has the conservative, obviously the conservative majority on it.
During her press conference last week, Secretary Noem said, we are staying...
RP Marson. Also, guys, I have the ads off, so I appreciate that. But to help me continue everything, I appreciate all the support on the stream that way. And we'll keep ads off, but you know, sometimes I'll have to put the ads on because I got to pay bills, so appreciate it.
Here to liberate the city.
Ads are off now, though, for now.
People who were elected by a majority of voters. Secretary Hegseth is saying he is ready to deploy more troops and won't tell us what the implications are for our national defense. This is un-American, and it makes us unsafe. I wish our Republican colleagues would speak up.
The time of the senator has expired. Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Mr.
Of course, Tuberville. Coach.
Chairman, thanks for being here today. Mr. Secretary, thanks for looking out for the law enforcement and the millions of people in California that still...
You cuck. You're a cuck. No one cares. We can literally, like in these, literally skip the Republican side. Mr. Peters. We can skip him.
Talk measured.
Mark Wayne Mullen. Oh, the guy that hid January 6th Hyde guy.
Or the disastrous withdrawal out of Afghanistan, where 13 soldiers died and we left thousands of Americans behind underneath Secretary Austin's lead. Did one person get held accountable during that time? I don't know.
Donald Trump was able to get elected again. He was the one that organized the deal because we're in the same situation as we are now, where Donald Trump has to run everything.
Anybody got held accountable for Afghanistan withdrawal? But let's talk about that. Let's talk about the turmoil to which my colleagues on the other side of the dais wants to talk about. Let's talk about that turmoil. Underneath Secretary Austin, who was a general, by the way, you had the lowest morale measured in our military history. You had retention absolutely disastrous. You had recruitments that wasn't even meeting lowered standards that you guys lowered. But let me see the contrast now. We have the highest morale that's been measured in decades in the military. We have recruiting numbers that are exceeding expectations that we've had. We have our enemies that fear us once again, and our allies that love us because they can trust.
Our allies love us, which no, they don't. So all of that's wrong. All of that is incorrect. And the reason why like troop morale and shit was low is because there's nothing to do, thankfully. Ain't no continuous deployments. Like when I was in the military, there was like every other year you were getting deployed. Or like you're going. Like if you're active duty military and like up to 2013-ish, you were going to Afghanistan or Iraq or somewhere in the Middle East or Iraq. You were going for sure. And not right away, but it'll be like 9-month rotation back and forth. And we're not doing that now, obviously. So like there's a disconnect there because obviously people aren't joining to go to war, and then now you got Trump who's saber rattling war and stripping benefits from low income communities. Like the military is an easy way out of that. Not the best way though. You're not gonna get paid shit. You might not come out alive, but hey, it's a way to set you up afterwards. You get free college afterwards, whatever. Good stuff there, good benefits afterwards, but you got to make it through it. Especially if a war is coming up. So yeah, you're probably gonna have more people join, given the situation around our economy and Donald Trump sending us into hyper-capitalism. Like super ultra cyberpunk capitalism with a billionaire control oligarchy.
But that's not the narrative, Secretary Hegseth, that our Democrat colleagues want to draw. But how short-minded is your memory? It was just a few months ago that you were supporting a commander-in-chief that you guys were covering up for or flat out lying about. Who was in charge? And that was a commander-in-chief. Oh, but let's not talk about that.
Yeah, let's do we're gonna do MAGA. We're gonna do MAGA virtue signaling. Mark Wayne MAGA virtue signaling.
Chairman, a key part of your job is to coordinate.
Let's get to a real politician here. Mark Wayne Mullen's a cuck.
History. Yet nothing from you guys. You all should be ashamed of yourself. Literally, you should be ashamed of yourself. I yield back.
Wow. Yeah, you should fuck. I can't say. I can't say what Mark Wayne Mullen should do.
Senator Mullen, Senator.
Use your imagination.
Rosen.
I yield my time to Senator Duckworth.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to
Did I do good? Did I do good? Yeah, that'll be great on Newsmax later. Fucking loser.
my colleague from Oklahoma, I believe the Secretary of Defense has just responded last week and admitted that the $1 billion mission that he led against the Houthis, who do not have a navy, has not restored the transit of U.S. flag commercial vessels through the Red Sea, and in fact has resulted in the loss of 2 F-18 Hornets to the tune of $60 million apiece, as well as, I believe the last count was 7 Reaper drones to the tune of another $200 million. You are blowing through money like my fellow cadets and I did in our first Liberty after basic camp. Luckily, I didn't end up with a questionable tattoo. Your failures, Mr. Secretary, since you've taken office has been staggering. You sent classified operational information over Signal to chest thump in front of your wife, who, by the way, has no security clearance, risking service member lives in the process. You blew the $1 billion fight against the Houthis, whom, again, as my colleague says, has no navy, and yet you lost all of those aircraft.
What?
It's such a hostile command environment that no one wants to serve as your chief of staff or work with you in other senior DoD leadership roles.
Get them.
But what we should all be talking about more than all of this is that you have an unjustified, un-American misuse of the military in American cities, pulling resources and attention away from core missions to the detriment of the country, the war fighters, and yes, the war fighting that you claim to love. I don't know if this is because you are too inexperienced and incompetent to understand the real threats facing our country, or if it's because you are just an unqualified yes man who can't tell the president how to keep Americans safe. You are focusing on renaming bases for Confederate generals. You said just now to Senator King that to a man and to a woman, we would rather be associated with the old Confederate names. Well, I am one of those women. I served at Fort Rucker, Alabama, a base that was named for a traitor who took arms against the United States of America, led troops who killed Americans. It was renamed for Mike Novosel, a Medal of Honor recipient, who in his citation for the Medal of Honor includes that he saved 29 American lives, to include hovering backwards in a helicopter towards an enemy bunker where a wounded American was laying and saved that person, including after being taken fire himself. I know a little something about what it takes to fly a helicopter when you've been hit by enemy fire. That was heroic. I'd rather be associated with Mike Novosel than a failed Confederate traitor. I don't know whether you are inexperienced or too incompetent, but I wonder when you will actually focus on our nation's warfighting mission. We know that California is just a deliberate, systematic, political, and dangerous campaign led by you. We should not be using our military to play cops against Americans. General Kane, as chairman, a key part of your job is to coordinate military planning across the joint force. Is the department currently incorporating into any military plans expanding the use of the reserve forces to include the National Guard or active duty troops to support domestic law enforcement, including in other locations in the United States?
Senator, we careful.
No, General.
Well, it's not really a yes or no question, Madam Senator. We plan all kinds of different things.
I think it is a yes or no question.
I'm not aware of anything, but the reason why I'm answering is the tags may be looking at something that I'm not aware of.
What are you doing at your level? You're not aware of that happening at your level? Because we know that on his first day, President Trump directed U.S. Northern Command to revise its unified command plan to add new planning requirements to combat, and I quote, criminal activities. A series of follow-up executive orders continue to redirect DOD priorities to supporting domestic law enforcement, including one in April that tells DOD, and I quote, use national security assets for law and order. In other words, do law enforcement's job. I'd like to enter these executive orders into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Secretary Hegseth, you say you are focused on warfighting and warriors. These are your words. Yet you are diverting untold DOD resources and attention to a fundamentally non-military mission of domestic policing. Across the country, we have qualified police officers who are trained for that mission. They know those streets better than the Marines you deploy to Los Angeles, who normally focus on the Indo-Pacific. And you recently approved 700 more troops in 3 other states to do
Thank you, Susan, for the 3 hot dogs.
For ICE. You say all of this is valuable training, but I would much rather have our troops do tough, realistic training relevant to high-end combat. Instead of typing in spreadsheets for ICE, they should be conducting live fire maneuver exercises. Instead of patrolling American neighborhoods and standing in front of federal buildings, they should be rehearsing call for fire missions. We have local police who can stand in front of those federal buildings. And the list of distractions goes on. You are encouraging the DOD workforce to go work for DHS in increasing numbers. You're pulling the military away from facing foreign enemies who literally say things like death to America. And you're putting troops with weapons aimed at Americans. Mr. Secretary, let the military get back to its real job. Stop forcing them to do DHSs. And if you want to be the DHS secretary, maybe you can apply for that job when you're fired from this one due to your incompetence.
The senator's time has expired. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. I think you all are doing a great job, and the proof is in the pudding. If you look at morale, you look at recruiting, you look at deterrence. Incredible performance. 100%.
Absolutely. Senator Rosen, you're recognized.
Anyways.
I thought
Republican cuck skipped. Next.
We'll just create a stir down there.
No. That was Tammy Duckworth. It doesn't end. You got more here coming. What is the name of the red? I don't have it up on. I have the name of the app, but can't remember the name of the name of it specifically. What is the name of the alert app? Zofar. Zofar Red Alert. We gotta get that back up so we can hear if a attack is coming. We have that up too, guys, if you're wondering what we're looking at. We're looking at Tel Aviv while also reviewing some of the day's news. Okay, that'll be when an attack comes. Now we can hear it. Okay. How do you? I really wish I understood how this worked to go in and see the map on the computer though. We have them up here, but it doesn't. Alerts will be received for the entire country. You can receive alerts only through specific cities. Fuck it, we'll just keep it up for everything. Whatever comes in. So I got the map up now. We got the red alert. We can hear it now over the other stuff. Okay, back to Senator Kelly.
I thank you to my seatmates on both sides. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We take care of each other. And again, thank you,
Oh,
Chairman.
sorry, Rosen. Miss
Ranking
Rosen.
Member Reed for holding this hearing, Mr. Secretary. We have a short amount of time, so I'm just going to ask a few simple questions, and I would
Yep,
just...
here it is. Hold on. Let's go full screen here. Air defense is going off. No air raid alarm though. Hold on, y'all. We got live air defense here, and yep, there it is. Now it went off. So you might hear the air raid alarm here. Let's tap in. Guys, share the stream. So you got the Iron Dome going off right now in Tel Aviv. There it goes. No air raid alarm. They just got the alarm on their phone. I didn't even get an alarm in Zophar app. We just turned it on too. Did we miss the Zophar app alert? I don't think we did, chat. Or did you guys not hear an alarm? There it is.
Alarm. Ben Zakai, Yavne, Gealia, Kfar Hanagid, Rehovot, Holon, Mishmar HaShiv'a, Azor, Ganot, Chemed,
Okay.
Mikveh Israel, Tel Aviv, Southern City, and Jaffa, Tel Aviv East, Tel Aviv.
Okay, we're gonna have to. So there it is. I'm gonna have to turn that down. Or actually, no, it's on for everything, so we should adjust that. So it's just there. It is. Okay, so we get to, now we know when it's coming ahead of time. We're locked in. Guys, like the video, share the stream if you could. You're about to see an attack on Tehran, on Tel Aviv here. It looked like one, but I don't know if there's any other rockets in the sky yet. We got alerts going up through the whole country, it looks like right now. That's all happening right now. What is that noise now? They're in the sky. You got the Iron Dome going off here. You can see the intercepts. It's not the moon. I'll tell you if it's the moon. Those are rockets. So time, like when did it start? A couple minutes ago, so like 12:07 a.m. Tel Aviv time. This attack began, maybe 12:05. They're being intercepted. Doesn't sound like in other areas. See, is the Jerusalem sky feed up again? They're showing it too. Let's get the Jerusalem sky feed up here quick. Hold on. There you go. Now we got Jerusalem up as well. NBC reporting situation room meeting started. Impeccable timing. You guys just started tuning in. We've been reacting to various news right now. We're watching Pete Hegseth testify to Congress. We have other things to go through, but obviously whenever there's an air raid alarm going off or anything happening in Tel Aviv like we just saw now, we're going to tap in. So that's all the areas we had air raid alarms. So we can actually, we'll keep it on for the whole country then. I'll just mute it when it starts. Is he just going to say all the cities? But it did work. We just we saw one of the hits in the feed before the alert came in, and then the alert came in, and then we just heard the air raid alarm go off. Let's go to the IDF. Oh, we're actually getting into that part in the questioning, so good timing. Let's see what the IDF are saying here. Yep. Sirens sounding across the country. Indeed, indeed. We heard it. Move this up here. Were you guys able to hear the air raid alarm pretty well? Multi-Merc. Yeah, it took me a while. Figure it out. Trump privately approved attack plans for Iran. What the fuck? Chat, do this for me. Just tag me in tweets. Okay, if you're on, you need to go to Twitter. It is what it is. Just make a bunk account that you don't give a fuck about because you hate Elon and this app sucks. Make some dog shit account and then tag me and stuff. I mean, my favorite place to post is Threads. But we're like, when it comes to this, we're still not getting like breaking information there yet. Like, it's really good for postings though. Threads is good. Blue Sky can be good too, but this is still the place for immediate information. You just have to sift through it harder. It's a lot harder to sift through on this app now. Because of how much garbage there is. U.S. government on alert for potential U.S. attack on Iran. Oh my god. Chat, we're with this all week. Yeah, I'm keeping it up for you. Can you guys read that? Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I got all of our stuff up. Hold on. There you go. Can you read it now? Trump approved attack plans for Iran. Final order on hold. UK government on alert for potential U.S. attack on Iran. Trump is edging closer to his Iranian strike. Those are the last 3 news wires coming in. Keep that up there. Yeah, this is what we just watched in the feed. We saw this live. They had a bigger attacks yesterday. This one looks more like the attack from Monday, the one we just saw in Tel Aviv. Wall Street Journal. Trump approved attack on Iran but has not given final order. So we're waiting for more information about what's going to happen. Trump privately approved it. Okay. Everyone's posting about it now. The pro-peace candidate. Okay. We'll see what happens next from that. Or what's gonna come about with it. U.S. Iran. Trump is edging. He's edging from his flagpoles. Israel detects incoming missiles. Okay. Yep. It was facts. Fact check confirmed. We saw it. Israeli military has degraded Iran's ability to launch large-scale barrages of ballistic missiles. Could be true. Could be true because the attacks we're seeing here are not like we saw. Well, yesterday they were like consecutive, but I think Sunday had the most intense like missile attacks where they were like just like a fuckload of them. But they've kind of been not really like massive waves of missiles now. So that could be true. I'm not sure. Iran is now firing smaller barrages of missiles following days. That is true. That part is true. Yesterday we saw 3. Monday we saw 1 all day. So we'll see what happens today, if there will be more. The latest Iranian ballistic missile launch was on Wednesday evening, consisted of a single missile. Unless that's like after I tuned out of the stream, but we were streaming all day though. We saw 3 waves. So I don't know if IDF is being truthful there, because we did see 3 waves of missiles yesterday. Like it was like every hour, like every hour and a half-ish. Stream doesn't lie, we saw it. And it was more than 1 missile. It wasn't like a massive wave, but it was more than 1. This one here seemed like a couple missiles. Not that many. And they were pretty well handled. They didn't even get near the skyline. They were up pretty high in the sky. The Israeli military also disrupted Iranian missile launches in progress. When we see them, we fire at them. Okay. It said they struck over 20 military sites in Tehran. Israel carried out a series of strikes targeting over 20 military sites in Tehran, including facilities linked to Iran's nuclear program and missile production. The IDF said on Wednesday, over the past few hours, 60 Israeli Air Force jets struck weapons production sites, centrifuge production sites, as well as research and development sites of the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons development project. The nuclear weapons disposal facility. You gotta go to Shadow Moses, guys, in order to really get at the heart of it. You gotta send Solid Snake in. We're gonna get to the Tucker video. We'll get to that in a while. Also have an air raid alert in Kyiv, too. Speaking of Kyiv, the final total on the attack on Kyiv kills 14 and injures 117. That's what's going on in Ukraine. So numbers still coming in from that attack on Kyiv. More people are being recovered, so it'll take some time still. Okay, is this the last from the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah? Okay, Ayatollah's put out some tweets today, it looks like. He's been on the... Oh, damn. Okay, so... The leader of the Islamic Revolution's televised message to the Iranian nation will broadcast. Did it happen? Who watched? The U.S. president threatens us with his absurd rhetoric. He demands that the Iranian people surrender to him. They should make threats against those who are afraid of being threatened. The Iranian nation isn't afraid by such threats. Okay, if it wasn't wise to tell the Iranian nation to surrender, what should the Iranian nation surrender to? We will never surrender in response to the attacks of anyone. This is the logic of the Iranian nation. This is the spirit of the Iranian nation. The U.S. entering in this war is 100% to its own detriment. The damage it will suffer will be far greater than any harm that Iran may encounter. The harm the U.S. will suffer will definitely be irreplaceable if they enter this conflict militarily. The Zionist regime's malicious attack on our country took place at a time when Iranian officials were indirectly engaged in negotiations with the U.S. side. There was no indication on the part of Iran that signaled a military move. It was already suspected that the U.S. was involved in the malicious move carried out by the Zionist regime, but considering their recent remarks, this suspicion is growing stronger by the day. Yeah, he really sent them today, didn't he? The Iranian nation will stand firmly against any imposed war, just as it always has. The Iranian nation also firmly stands against any imposed peace. The Iranian nation will not capitulate to anyone. The Zionist enemy has made a grave mistake and committed a serious crime, and it must be punished. The very fact the Zionist regime's American friends have entered the scene and are saying such things is a sign that the regime's weakness and inability. That's what the Ayatollah said. Putting out some tweets. Yeah, keep the newswire up. He hasn't tweeted in a few days. Was wondering if they got him. See if the IDF has said anything else. Nope, just about the air raid alarm. What about that unhinged Iran military account? Okay, spokesman for Operation True Promise 3. The IRGC's thunderous missiles will not let you spend even a moment outside of the bunker. Wow. Jeez, dude. In the sixth wave of drone attacks, the Iranian army launched dozens of attack drones equipped with fortification-piercing warheads toward the occupied territories of Palestine, delivering precise and heavy strikes against key Zionist strongholds. Just moments ago, the Zionist regime claimed it intercepted a drone over the occupied Golan Heights. However, footage released by Zionist settlers themselves clearly show the strike hitting its intended target.
אין פיצוץ עכשיו תראו עוד אזעקה. הנה, ראינו, נפל. נפל.
Okay. What's that? Is that a plane? Oh, the flight radar. What do you got over Jordan right now? Royal Jordanian. Okay, Jordan planes. You got thousands of people watching these 4 planes right now. 5,500 people watching this plane, 8,000 people watching this plane. Just plane watching. What the heck are the planes doing today? Where are they putting all the chemtrails? Where are they putting the 5G energy waves? There's a lot of people watching planes. Okay, so you have nothing, no military planes right now in the area. At least let's check over here. Nope. Okay, all civilian airliners right now. You had one refueling plane roll through Jordan yesterday. UK refueler plane, but beyond that, nothing else from what I'm seeing. You can see the airspace just kind of shut down. Okay, we'll keep that up. Take that down really quick. Everybody check in. Put in the comments who you're watching from if you could. Put in the chat where you're watching from. Trump is waiting to see if Iran will abandon nuclear program. He's doing taco shit. This is bullshit. Just dicking people around. What up, Boston, Washington, Poland, Corpus Christi? I can't. I hate being jerked around. I can't stand it. I don't care what it is. I don't care what the situation is. I hate being jerked around. Thank you, Chicago, Manchester, Eastern Canada, Texas, Florida. Good to have you. South Australia, Minnesota, Sweden, land of the Vikings. Let's freaking go. You're damn right. Land of the Vikings over here. You're damn right. What's this one? Civilian plane. Okay. All good. The Minnesota Vikings. So guys, we got live feed in Tel Aviv. We also have live feed in Jerusalem. We just had a moment there for a bit. We had an attack on Tel Aviv. And we're getting a situation room meeting has ended. Oh, we might get something. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're gonna put a lid on it again. We're gonna put a lid on it until tomorrow, and then Trump will truth about another flagpole. Ah man, the next pole is gonna be thicker and bigger than the last one. Boy, I'm gonna have 2 ropes inside of it. See if we can fit 2 of them in there. The pole hole is pretty tight, but we'll try to fit 2 ropes in there. Then we can go erect it in the morning. It's my favorite. You will know in 2 weeks. I don't. The Iran nuke thing has been for decades. So are we gonna force Iran to stop their nuclear production right now? Or what? Or we're gonna threaten all full-scale? I still think, okay, so this, again, if you're wondering what I think is gonna happen, if you want to be serious, is likely the U.S. Air Force will be involved. Okay, if anything happens, it won't be ground troops. If it is, I'll be shocked and I'll be shook. I'll be coping. It'll be tough. I'll be mad. I'll be very mad. I'm mad in general, but I'm trying to keep it together about the U.S. getting involved in this. But if we're being serious, likely going to be the Air Force, and they're going to be using the bunker buster munitions on what Israel deems as targets in Iran for their uranium enrichment and nuclear production facilities. And that will likely, if anything, will happen. Okay, but again, that's me just guessing right now. We got to wait for it to come out. But I'm not going to say, man, we're going to send the troops and we're going to I'm not going to do that, because I don't think that would happen. But if it does, I will be upset and ranting, obviously, and probably out there with there'll be protests. There might even be protests if this happens, but I don't know. I think less so. If it's just the Air Force, there will be people mad, but I don't think it'll be that much of a wave of anger, and not because if the ground troops get involved in another war, we're stuck. But if we send ground troops in, or like we invade Iran, it's an L. I got a video for you guys while we're waiting for more. How about that? Should we watch? Let's pull a video up. I got for you guys. We'll pull Tel Aviv up, and then I got something for you here. Okay. But honestly, you could likely, with everything that's happening, he would look weaker by not doing anything now than doing something. Which it sucks. It's a suck situation, because if he doesn't do anything, he's gonna get shit on by everyone. He's taco again. But if he does do something, he's going to get shit on too for doing it. But I think at the very most, it'll be the Air Force and the usage of bunker buster munitions on, again, what Israel will deem targets in Iran. And if it goes beyond that, I don't have analysis for you, because I don't know what to say. I wouldn't know what to say. I'd be kind of shook if we do an all-out invasion of Iran. But I got something though for it. I got something for you for us to watch while we're waiting for the situation room. No, not that one.
For Dave.
Oh, that's a good one too. Where is it? I gotta find the video now. I just watched it. I watched a little bit of it. God dang it. Maybe I watch. Oh, man. Right, I gotta find it now. You guys see that there's a new Naked Gun movie coming out with Liam Neeson? Found it.
In golf.
It's about an 11-minute video, and the video came out 5 years ago. Okay, guys? The video we're going to watch here while we're waiting for further, it came out 5 years ago. It's called War with Iran is Just a Horrendous Idea. Okay? Let's check it out. This is from Alternate History Hub.
Look at how Iraq went. There, video done.
That's it. That's it. No, I'm kidding. GG.
You know, I'm just a guy with a channel, but that channel is about theorizing. Usually that's about past events, but this time I'm going to theorize about how a possible future event might go. An invasion of Iran.
Again, this video came out 5 years ago. I'll turn that down. I got the alert tab up, so if something happens, we'll hear it over the video, okay?
Put that in the form of a question. What if that thing I said?
Now, it's not likely it will happen, ever, I hope. Please don't jinx it. But if it does, or seems really likely because of America's current alliances with certain nations, this video is a handy last-second guide for, anyone in charge. Why invading Iran is a really, really bad idea.
Deja vu, Iraq 2, Iran Boogaloo. Guys, remember Iraq? Let's just do that again. That was great.
Originally, I was going to say that justification of war with Iran would need to be extremely credible, or at least kinda credible. But after furiously fixing this video due to recent events, I feel like, nah, any justification for war would not have to be that credible. Or at least the response would be tenfold compared to whatever action Iran may or may not have taken to justify said response.
Thank you, Reed, for the gifted. Thank you for the support.
A good analogy is if a child gives you an angry slap, and in response you toss him off a skyscraper. Yes, the child probably learned his lesson falling to the pavement, but now you're in prison with your own problems.
And I ain't lying.
So, small threat, massive response. This isn't like the post 9/11 world where anything could be slapped on a label as tied to terrorism, and that'd be a legitimate cause.
Terror! There's terror everywhere. You gotta go take it out. There's terror in every corner of the earth. It's our job.
Bush's faulty evidence on Iraq's WMDs never would have gained traction without the broader context of the war on terror. Even then, it was still protested around the globe and not supported by nations who were in Afghanistan. After almost, 2 decades of this, the public is now more
21 years
more cynical and jaded from the idea of another Middle Eastern conflict. According to Gallup polls, don't take these as gospel, but they help prove a point. An invasion of Iran is overwhelmingly disapproved by the public, 82% as of 2019. So the backlash.
I did a poll yesterday, and this video is 2019, so it's 5 years old. Oh, 6 years old now. And my poll, we were at 80% said no, 20% said yes. So, I mean, again, I'm just a YouTube channel, but I bet you it's like at least 80% or higher in the United States. If you polled all Americans and were like, do you support a war against Iran in the Middle East? At least 80%, probably higher.
Any involvement in Iran would be larger than any protest of Iraq, or even the ones of the last few years. It'd be an overwhelming, resounding
no.
Yes.
No.
But you know, protests didn't work in Iraq. I doubt protests work for Iran. So off to war we go. Yippee, what now?
Listen, I don't give a fuck how it's pronounced. How about that? He's calling it Iran. I'm calling it Iran. How about that?
The United States is uncontested on the seas. Many assume that this part of the invasion, just entering the strait and blocking in the Iranians, would be simple. What could Iran do? This is where I want to introduce you to Millennium Challenge 2002. In 2002, the U.S. military conducted a military exercise, the most expensive of its kind. It was to see how the U.S. could successfully conduct a war against an unrelated Middle Eastern nation, to see how well it would perform. It was a
It was Iran, and listen to how this went.
And it was a test for war against Iran. There was the blue team, America, and the red team, Iran. For the red team, the chosen commander was retired Lieutenant General Paul Van Riper. At his disposal was only equipment that Iran would have: small speedboats, low-flying planes, short-range missiles, the whole shebang. So
and that was before the age of drones too. So if like that dude would have been in charge now, he would have been using the drones, the FPV drones or whatever drone capabilities.
The exercise began. Van Riper, knowing that the U.S. Navy would immediately sail too close, began to attack first. He sent off his suicide bombing boats. They'd give coordinates to where the U.S. ships were and relay it back to the missiles. Then the ships would run straight into the U.S. cruisers, detonating. In the first phase of the exercise, 19 ships, including 3 aircraft carriers, were sunk. Estimates for the total U.S. casualties this would have brought was 20,000.
This is before we even get to land. This is the Navy losses.
The largest navy in the world was decimated in combat by a technologically inferior enemy. Granted, all of this was because of a 40-year career veteran of the Marines. He said that he knew the US would be too reliant on their own technology and ideal of power, that they'd underestimate his forces. The US hoped the red team would have used satellite or radio to relay orders, yet instead
they used dirt bikes. He used motorcycles instead.
What did the US do in response to this news? So
they rigged it and said you can't use the bikes and you can't use they rigged the whole exercise. So that way that general who was Op 4 couldn't be Op 4 actually, and had to make the US win and let the US win.
Simple. They just rigged it. The red team was not allowed to use suicide boats, nor would they be allowed to shoot down planes using radar. The exercise was meant to show the blue forces winning overwhelmingly. The US learned nothing, is what I'm saying. So would a war with Iran lead to an immediate 20,000 dead? No. I doubt Iran's generals would be as efficient as he was. However, they don't have to be as efficient. They just have to follow the same strategy, and it could produce similar results. Imagine the backlash and blow to morale if just one aircraft carrier is sunk, or 1,000 Navy personnel.
Could you imagine seeing one of our super carriers just sinking and like blown up, and like the news coverage of that?
Die. Long story short.
Remember, we're not Russia, okay? Yeah, you guys been tracking the war, Russia's invasion of Ukraine for 3 years. Russia doesn't give a fuck. They lose battleships. They lose a million soldiers. They're whatever. Yeah, any major equipment that the U.S. is using is like major news that gets blown up or whatever, and anything, and the whole world watches.
Isn't that easy of a fight, and we haven't even landed in Iran yet.
Storming the fortress.
So let's talk about the initial invasion. Iran is not Afghanistan or Iraq. Afghanistan has a mountainous terrain, but its central government at the time, the Taliban, was nothing more than just a militia force. Iraq, while it did have a sizable military, had only 40% of the million troops they once had a decade earlier. Most of them were poorly trained. Not to mention the nation itself is flat desert connected by highways, allowing coalition troops to easily invade from north and south right into Baghdad. Both operations took around a month, resulted in minimum American casualties, and took down the governments with ease. Iran would not be this. Iran has double the military Iraq did in 2003, and they were better trained, equipped, and commanded. The entire nation is a geographic fortress, a plateau. Any relatively flat area is either uninhabited or on the coast. So actually invading the nation will require going through natural choke points. Highways would be the best options for troops landing in the Persian Gulf, going north into Iran. Even then, it isn't as simple as the last 2 wars in the initial stage. It's not like Iran would win this fight. However, the opening invasion certainly would have higher casualties than the public expected from 2 decades ago. And that right there is also a blow to morale. But Tehran is, after a month or 2 or 3, taken. And now the Americans are left in charge of a people who didn't wish they were there due to a war with an iffy cause.
The grave we've dug.
Iran has major issues. It's a theocracy. It forces women to wear head veils, promotes radical extremism. Yeah, its government is horrible. But no matter how a people feel about a government, there is nothing more uniting to them
than a foreign invading force. And all of that bad will be turned on us, and like they'll be all just focused on how bad America is.
Power invading their land. Which is why I find the idea that any real human could think doing the same invasion/nation building tactic would work the third time.
Guys, it'll work this time. It'll be quick. Quick and easy. Quick and ease. You don't think that shit is legitimate, guys. I'm like, look at you guys' favorites. Look at your guys' favorites are saying shit like that. Now that it's clear which way the tactical wind's blowing, America has an opportunity to swoop in, drop a few bombs to take credit for destroying Iran's nuclear program and possibly their whole government. That potential W's got to be harder to resist. And I go, now I understand how we got into the Iraq war. I get it now. I didn't get it before. I get it. It's takes like this. It'll be quick, easy, super easy potential W's.
But maybe it isn't supposed to work. Maybe it's just supposed to depose a rival for others who can't directly do it themselves no matter the outcome, but that's just my guess. Iran right off the bat has a population larger than Afghanistan and Iraq combined. An insurgency in Iran would be worse than any we faced before in the War on Terror. It's less Iraq and more Vietnam. Now it could be easily made worse if the US decided to disband the military like they did last time, leading to an influx of military-grade equipment going into the hands of now unpaid men trained for combat. Not to mention the demographic problem, 40% of Iran's population are not Persian, so various people like Kurds, Azeris, Lurds, Arabs, or Balochs may or may not get along once that central government breaks down. Oh, and the 8% who are Sunni, who certainly in no way would be influenced to break away from the Shia Iranian state by any outside influences. Ethnic cohabitation has been a problem that Tehran has needed to deal with, well, since the idea of an Iranian nation state has existed. And while I don't know if these ethnic groups will break off or fight amongst each other, I do know that this is not a situation you want a foreign Western power to deal with. Now, getting past the rough invasion, the difficult terrain, the angered, fractured, large population, and an insurgency, the politics come in.
Uh-oh. Ruin generations, nations, decades.
Iran, this would be a conflict/situation that we'd see for the next 20 to 30 years.
It would be another one, locked in, decades of it.
It would break the Iranian state and be tore up from the outside by neighboring powers who each want a chunk. The Sauds would now have an opportunity to export their own brand of Islam against the Shias, spreading Wahhabism by money or by blood into the nation. Russia could export arms to keep the Americans busy against insurgents.
And they will.
Any Islamic extremist group is going to have a field day carving up territory, and America is going to have to save face and spend trillions of dollars on another endless war, all while the Iranian people are caught in the middle and the state is reduced from a pretty iffy theocracy into a war zone, creating an issue we'll see even after those who started this war are already in their grave. I don't think there will be a war. At least even with my cynical lens, I can't imagine we'd see an Iran invasion just like in Iraq or Afghanistan. Realistically, I could see more sanctions being done on Iran, their air and naval space restricted, their economy sinking even further. I wouldn't be surprised if already there isn't plans to spark some form of rebellion within Iran itself. Maybe even cyber war. Who knows? The thing about interesting times is that they could always be more interesting. How many times it would take for governments to realize this type of strategy doesn't work is for our descendants to find out. This is Cody of Alternate History Hub.
Well, that's the video that came out 5 years ago. He commented a day. He said hi on his video from 5 years. That's so funny. I think we're all back here for a certain reason. Hello. Some great foreshadowing. Welcome back, fellas. Good to see you again. Well, that's why invading Iran would be a bad idea beyond just the obvious that getting involved in another decades and decades and decades and decades long war for Israel's imperialist expansion dreams. Well, also the U.S. too, but Israel for sure. Okay, last we got is a Trump situation room meeting has ended. Trump waiting to see if Iran will abandon nuclear program. And then also Trump privately approved attack plans for Iran. That's what we got right now. Has he posted any truth today? Any truths? We need to see the truths from the National Border Patrol Council. Okay. Bullshit. Some bullshit so far today. Nothing important from Trump. The edging session ended. Oh man, I gotta see the truth. How am I supposed to see truth? What the? There's no truths. Damn it, dude. Chat, we're out of truth tokens. I gotta get some more truth tokens. Hold on. Truths are buy one, get one right now. So I gotta get it. Hold on. Damn it. This happens. Truth. What the heck? It's not letting me. I gotta get on my account. I made one. There we go. They let us into the truth mainframe. Finally. Republican Study Committee. You support Trump's Gulf of America name change? Wow. So you read Trump's truths and then you get Trump ads with a t-shirt. Patriot Addict. One big beautiful bill will give millions of Americans financial freedom and unleash America's golden age. All words, all bullshit. All bullshit words. Republican sales speak words. You get $1,000 and probably not even that. And if $1,000 is a lot of money to you, like, man, you shouldn't be on a live stream watching a live stream. You should be grinding. Unless it's like you've had your benefits stripped away because of this administration. Or politics have stripped your shit, and that's understandable. But if like you voted for Trump and you love him and you think this $1,000 is a lot of money, you, I don't know. I don't know what reality you're in. Maybe $1,000 is a lot of money like 40 years ago, 30 years ago. That doesn't even pay my entire rent. $1,000. So we're waiting for more then from him. Every American should watch this ad. Well, I'm American.
I had a really good time today.
Yeah, me too. I really look.
What are you doing?
She's coming with us.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're rounding up illegals.
She was born here. She's a citizen.
I don't care. She looks like one of them. But don't worry. When she's in prison in El Salvador, she'll have lots of company.
Yuck. Is that in Tel Aviv? What a crazy piece of content there. Not inaccurate. Okay. An American attack on Iran is now likely. This is 18 minutes ago, guys. President Trump told senior aides late Tuesday he approved of attack plans for Iran, but was holding off to see if Tehran would abandon its nuclear program. Wall Street Journal. As the conflict between Iran and Israel continues, President Trump is considering multiple options, including a U.S. strike on Iran. President Trump told senior aides late Tuesday that he approved of attack plans for Iran, but was holding off to see if Tehran would abandon its nuclear program. People familiar with the deliberation said Iran's well-funded Fordo enrichment facility is a possible U.S. target. It is buried under a mountain. You'll need the bunker busters for those. That could be I think it's the same place this Iranian military account has pinned. It's this one. Or one like it. It's a big tunnel or big underground tunnels of like their rockets. And we have bombs that can hit that, but it has to be from the U.S. because we have them. So we'd have to directly get involved and do that if that's what's going to happen. Asked earlier if he had decided whether to strike at Iran's nuclear facilities, Trump said, "I may do it, I may not do it." Right? We saw that in the clips today. Saw that in the poll stream we watched of Trump's flag. U.S. military has built up forces in the Middle East in recent days. A third U.S. Navy destroyer has entered the eastern Mediterranean Sea, and a second U.S. carrier strike group is heading toward the Arabian Sea. While the Pentagon said the military buildup is purely defensive, it better positions the U.S. should Trump decide to join Israeli attacks on Iran. So, as predicted by a few chatters and the common sense of it, to where, so there's like a couple layers where I don't think there will be a ground invasion of Iran. And if there is something, it'll be from the Air Force with the bunker busters. But again, that cannot happen until those carriers are in place. So not until at least tomorrow. If you're like, if there is going to be an attack, when would it be? Not until at least tomorrow. Until those ships are in position. We got some more content to tune into about this too. So let's actually tap back into that really quick. We're just about to get some grilling from Pete Hegseth, and then we got Tucker Carlson clip, and then I got a couple other clips and other stuff here. So let's get back to this. We got a little sidebar there with the attack on Tel Aviv and other things, but we got the Tel Aviv stream up, and let's get back to the. Then I want to kind of have a safety meeting. I'm going to walk out, have a smoke while we listen to this.
Just appreciate if.
So again, this happened earlier today. And this is Pete Hegseth getting grilled by Congress for a lack of a budget. And also just various other Pete Hegseth stuff for just being Pete Hegseth. Okay, so let's continue.
For some of them, you would just answer yes or no. And so, Secretary Hegseth, would you agree that every senior official in the Department of Defense must reflect the values and conduct that our service members must uphold and our citizens expect?
Senator, we want to uphold the highest possible standards.
I'll take that for a yes. So would you also agree, then, that anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic...
Libs are upset Rachel Levine is fired? Who's that? Who's that person?
Conspiracy theories have no place in our government or military? Yes or no?
Apparently I'm upset.
They should not.
Thank you. So would you also agree that anyone who has posted, and I'm going to quote, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories lifted right out of a neo-Nazi playbook, end quote, shouldn't be anywhere near a position of power? Yes or no?
Since I don't believe the characterization of many officials in the news media, I would need to see precisely what's being characterized.
But generally, would you not say that if
generally
we
speaking,
thought something
sure.
was coming out of a neo-Nazi playbook, it doesn't have any place in our Department of Defense?
Levine is Biden's general? Secretary? What crap? Lloyd Austin had Pete Hegseth's job first. I don't know who Rachel Levine is.
Hegseth, the quote that I just read you was referencing Miss Kingsley Wilson, the DOD press secretary. It's a direct quote from her, who my Republican colleagues on this committee have also expressed alarm over due to her comments. In fact, one colleague said, and I'm going to quote again, obviously I don't agree with her comments. I trust the Pentagon will address.
No, Troy, you're the one that's saying liberals are upset about this Rachel Levine when no one knows who the fuck that is, except for maybe 5 people in here.
This, end quote. However, in the months since, not only have you not addressed these anti-Semitic comments, you have promoted Ms. Wilson. This seems to be at odds, honestly, with President Trump's commitment, very public commitment to combat anti-Semitism, which you just said you two agreed with. So, Secretary Hegseth, given the rise in anti-Semitic violence, hate crimes in our nation, and to show that the Trump administration, your administration, does have a zero-tolerance policy for anti-Semitism, will you dismiss Ms. Kingsley from her role as a U.S. military spokesperson today?
Oh yeah, Tammy Duckworth did great. We watched Tammy Duckworth before the latest missile attack on Tel Aviv. We had to pause, but we just listened to Tammy before.
Yes or no?
Again, that's why I referenced the context and characterization.
Well, we'll send you the quote,
I've worked
sir.
directly with her. She does a fantastic job, and there's any suggestion that I or her or others are party to anti-Semitism is a mischaracterization, attempting to win political points.
Sir, and I'm going to say
Senator,
that
you're
your
attempting
lack
to win
of an
political
answer
points on the backs of
confirms what we've
mischaracterizing
known
the statements
all
of a
along.
member
The Trump
of my
administration
department,
is not serious.
and I'm not going to stand for that.
You are not a serious person. You are not serious about rooting out, fighting anti-Semitism within the ranks of our DOD. It's despicable. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm going to move on to General Hawk. The sudden inexplicable dismissal of General Hawk.
Got him.
He serves both director of the National Security Agency, commander of U.S. Cybercom. It's deeply concerning, raises significant questions about the decision-making process.
She's going to get back to Hegseth.
Consequences. Public reports indicate that the removal of General Hawk, who has served his country proudly, has been influenced by social media influencer, a personality on social media, Laura Loomer, spreads conspiracy theories. She's been denounced even by Republicans. And the idea is that any leaders within our agencies responsible for our nation's security, somebody would be dismissed based on the advice of a social media influencer.
Literally.
It's alarming to say the least. It's surely not how we should be running our military. So were you consulted regarding General Hawk's dismissal, yes or no?
Well, Senator, I would not advise believing everything you read in the media.
Were you?
And I'm consulted on every single decision.
Okay,
I'm the decision maker for the department, and we all serve at the pleasure of the president, and we have the prerogative to make those decisions for the best for the country.
Did you
and we did
personally
that.
approve Mr. Hawk's dismissal, yes or no?
Anyone coming or going
Personally
at the
approve
Defense
it.
Department, especially at that level, would ultimately be a decision made by
that's a
me,
yes.
and I
Did
stand
you personally
behind that.
relieve him?
Smoke break quick.
Did you
Keep
listening,
personally
keep listening.
relieve him? Yes or
Anyone
no?
at that level
You did,
who is
so that's a
relieved
yes.
would be relieved by the Secretary of Defense.
Was there a specific justification for General Hawk's dismissal? Was there a specific justification for General Hawk's dismissal?
Ma'am, we all serve at the pleasure of the president, and the president deserves the type
it
of
true?
commanders and advisors that he thinks will best
Did you
equip him
discuss General
to
Hawk's
accomplish the
dismissal with
mission.
Laura Loomer prior to his removal?
I don't discuss who I talk about anything with, but ultimately this is my decision, and he serves at the pleasure of the president, and that's why he's no longer there.
So do you believe it's appropriate for any social media personality to influence personnel decisions in your department, yes or no?
I believe your time is up, Senator.
Oh, it is not up to you to tell me when my time is up.
Well, the time
And
of
I am
the
going to say,
senator.
Mr. Secretary, you're either feckless or complicit. You're not in control of your department. You're as unserious. It is shocking. You're not combating anti-Semitism within your ranks. It's a dangerous and pivotal time in our nation's history. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. And I don't appreciate the smirk, sir. You are the Secretary of Defense.
The time of the gentlelady has expired.
Hegseth's a drunk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to talk about the proposed Golden Dome missile.
Oh, let's actually hear about this. Remember, we're getting our own Iron Dome, but we're going to call it the Golden Dome, guys.
Defense system. There's a request to spend $25 billion in this year alone. First of all, is this system designed to intercept a full salvo attack?
What?
Senator, it's a multi-layer system.
Never
that would
mind.
include different
Never
types of
mind.
salvos.
It's a Republican. I should have known. It's yeah. Oh, let's go.
It's not meant to be just one nation. It could be utilized in
against Russia or China, full salvo. So what kind of reliability are you aiming to build into the system? Are we looking for something like 4 nines?
Got Senator Kelly up.
99.99% reliability.
Obviously, you seek the highest possible. You begin with what you have and integrating those C2 networks and sensors, building up capabilities.
I know what Kelly's doing. He's setting them up.
Toward future
No, Kelly's not giving them softballs. He's giving them setup questions. Watch.
capabilities that can come online as quickly as possible, not just ground-based, but space-based.
So
all
future
aspects.
against future capability too. So do you believe that we can build a system that can intercept all incoming threats? You think we could build that system? This is a very hard physics problem.
You would know as well as anybody, sir, how difficult this problem is, and that's why we put our best people on it. We think the American people deserve it.
So let me tell you what I think we're facing here. You're talking about hundreds of ICBMs launched simultaneously, varying trajectories, MIRVs, so multiple reentry vehicles, thousands of decoys, hypersonic glide vehicles, all at once. And considering what the future threat might be, it might even be more complicated than that. And you're proposing spending not just $25 billion, but upwards of, I think CBO estimated this at least $500 billion, other estimates, $1 trillion. I am all for having a system that would work. I am not sure that the physics can get there on this. It's incredibly complicated. So I want to get to another issue that you're facing here. How much of the staff of the Office of the Director of Operational Test and Evaluation did you cut?
After collaboration, sir, with the service departments, the Joint Staff, and others, we identified that as a place where there were redundancies and multiple additional layers that were unnecessary.
I'll tell you what you cut. You cut 74%.
Most of it. That's what I was going to say.
Most of it. And was your decision to cut more than half of the Pentagon's testing and evaluation office staff driven in part by concerns about the office's plan to oversee testing of Golden Dome?
The concerns were not specific to Golden Dome, sir. It was years and years of delays unnecessarily based on redundancies in the decision-making process that the services, COCOMs, and the Joint Staff, together with OSD, identified as a logjam
Mr.
that was
Secretary,
not helping the process.
To get the reliability we would need, you need something that's at 4 nines, 99.99% reliability with all these challenges. And you cut the staff of the people who are going to make sure this thing works before we make it operational, before we give it to the warfighters. You got to go back and take a look at this. But I also strongly encourage you to put together before we spend $25 billion or $175 billion or $563 billion or $1 trillion, put together a group of people to figure out if the physics will work. You could go down a road here and spend hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of the taxpayer money, get to the end, and we have a system that is not functional. That very well could happen. And you're doing this just because the president, and I understand your role as the Secretary of Defense. You got to execute what the president says. But this idea, might not be fully baked. And you can get in front of it now and figure out and find out if you put the right physicists on this. And I'm not saying go to the big defense contractors. Going to scientists, and I know there's a questionable relationship with this administration and scientists, but go to some scientists, figure out what we would have to do to build a system, and then make smart decisions before we spend hundreds and hundreds.
So they don't even know if the shit is gonna work, and they're gonna send hundreds of billions of dollars on the Iron Golden Dome bullshit for America when we get attacked every 40 years, 50 years.
Senator, we're doing that, leveraging
which even then, it's not an invasion of America. We already spend how many trillions and bazillions of dollars on our defense? We have like the best coastal like, bro, we are not, no one's invading America. Except for us, Canada. Canada, you can do it. That's fine.
Technologies and not premising the project on aspirational technologies, what we can actually do, and would welcome.
Well, $25 billion in the first year is a lot of money. That's more than just figuring out if we have the ability to build a system that can handle a full salvo threat, hypersonic glide vehicles, murders,
drones,
thousands of decoys. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And it wouldn't even be all, it'd be drones too, drone swarms.
Here's Senator Kelly. Senator Sheehy.
Crazy.
For General King.
Okay, anyone else worth listening to on this one? Any other good rounds of questions in this question? Let me see here. Who else does good?
Shells, planes, and ships, because we owe it to the 17, 18, 19-year-old kids who are going to be fighting these systems.
Well, he's saying that part of the budget will go to updating those Minutemen nukes, but like they don't have a budget plan for the Congress here. They're like literally asking for it, and they're like, we'll give it to you eventually.
Hearing when you had your confirmation hearing that my biggest concern with you at the helm was
we didn't hear Slotkin yet, did we, or did we?
The potential use of the military in ways that contradict the Constitution or that taint what I hope we all want, which is an apolitical military. And when I asked you about whether you would accept an order that was actually given to your predecessor, Secretary Esper, Trump's SecDef.
Sorry, hold on. That's police sirens. Okay, well, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. We'll hear if there's another attack. That actually worked well when it did come in. So that's police sirens in the Tel Aviv feed. We're going to turn that down a little bit.
To deploy active duty troops against unarmed protesters and to, in Secretary Esper's words, shoot at them, shoot at their legs. You said this was all theoretical. Here we are a few months later. You've deployed 4,700 troops to Los Angeles and against the wishes of the governor. And my colleague across the aisle was right. It is the first time since 1965 that we have deployed Guard troops without the permission of the governor. In all the instances he laid out, the president had sent in the military to protect protesters, not against the protesters. So you may dismiss it, but I feel like this is a fundamental issue of American democracy. If you love your country and you want an apolitical military, then it should be the last resort, not the first resort in our country to use them. So to get to the non-theoretical, have you authorized the uniformed military to detain or arrest protesters in Los Angeles?
Senator, I would just start by saying you're not a protester if you're throwing concrete
100%. Arrest those people, officers. Throw them in the jail, 100%. But what you're doing is something different. Everyone knows this is a political decision. Right? So we don't trust that you're using the best interests of the military, certainly, and of democracy on top of that. So have you given the order? That's all I want to know. It's not theoretical. For the U.S. military, not law enforcement. They can arrest all day long. That's the job. Do they have the ability, the uniformed military, to arrest and detain protesters currently today? It's a yes or no thing, authority.
It's sort of amusing the extent to which the speculation is out there. These troops are given very clear orders.
Then what is the order? Then list it out for us. Be a man, list it out. Did you authorize them to detain or arrest? That is a fundamental issue of democracy. I'm not trying to be a snot here. I'm just trying to get the actual, did you authorize them to do that?
All of these orders and what they're sent there to do are public. They are there
so say it. So say it. Yes or no?
I'd like to.
Please, yes or no?
As I've said time and time again through interruption, they're there to protect law enforcement.
Do they have
ICE
the ability to arrest?
Who are trying to do their job, deporting illegals who were allowed in by the previous administration.
So they cannot arrest and detain citizens of the United States, the uniformed military.
As we've stated, if necessary, in their own self-defense, they could temporarily detain and hand over to ICE. But there's no arresting going on. And you know this better than you're trying to play political games. There's no arresting of U.S. personnel.
Of the U.S. military against members of the protest. Have you authorized U.S. military cyber tools to investigate people participating in these protests? Yes or no?
Certainly in no way that I'd be aware of.
Okay,
Wow.
that's good. I love that answer. That's great.
Wow.
Have you given
There's
the
one.
order to be able to shoot at unarmed protesters in any way? I'm just asking the question. Don't laugh. Like the whole country. And by the way, my colleagues
What is
across
that
the
based
aisle.
on? What evidence would you have?
laughing.
An
Based
order
on
like that
Donald
has ever
Trump
been given?
giving that order to your predecessor, to a Republican Secretary of Defense, who I give a lot of credit to because he didn't accept the order. He had more guts and balls than you because he said, I'm not going to send in the uniformed military to do something that I know in my gut isn't right. He was asked to shoot at their legs. He wrote that in his book. That's not hearsay. So you're poo-pooing of this. It just shows you don't understand who we are as a country, who we are. And all of my colleagues across the aisle, especially the ones that served, should want an apolitical military and not want citizens to be scared of their own military. I love the military. I served alongside my whole life, so I'm worried about you tainting it. Have you given the order? Have you given the order that they can use lethal force against honor? I want the answer to be no. Please tell me it's no. Have you given the order?
Senator, I'd be careful what you read in books and believing it, except for the Bible.
Except for the get the
So your
fuck out of
former
here,
predecessor, I guess that's not enough
What
for
a
you.
clown.
Okay. On Iran, I don't think there's a debate. There's like a cat fight going on in your own party about whether to go
What a
after
fucking
Iran.
clown.
Have you commissioned any day after planning? So any force protection, any use of ground troops in Iran, any cost assessments? Because I don't think we doubt what we can do as a country in the attack. It's the day after with Iraq and Afghanistan that so many of us have learned to be so deeply concerned about. Have you authorized day after planning?
As I've said, we have plans for everything. So.
Oh my, we have.
And I would also reiterate how we began that there will be a classified portion of this 15 minutes after we adjourn. Senator Banks, you're recognized.
Wow.
An apolitical military. Secretary, wouldn't you say that in the last administration under Joe Biden, Secretary Austin, Mark Milley, we've never seen the military politicized in a way that it was over those 4 years.
Do you know who did that? The right wing. Do you know who politicized the military? Republicans. Right-wing media. Fox News. Calling it the woke military because it's more accepting of people of like their sexual orientation because we don't have don't ask, don't tell anymore. And like they're opening it up to more people to be able to serve if they want to. Only 1% of people serve though, so it's not like a fuckload of people that are doing it. So because the military has expanded into other demographics or people that whatever they want to do with their lives, that made the right wing mad. And the right wing politicized it and absolutely pumped woke military, DEI military. Our military sucks. We suck so hard. And then they use that. And then they propagandize their own people and their own base. And then they say this is what's actually happening. And this is what the truth is too. Both what we're lying to you about, which Tucker Carlson just said yesterday, by the way. So you can't, it's not even my words either. Or 2 days ago, Tucker Carlson, guy who was the most watched TV show on Fox News forever after Bill O'Reilly got fired for sexual harassment and shit. Oh yeah, we lie to people to keep the old people on there because they're easy to manipulate. And obviously other stupid people too, because then they're like full of the elderly obviously are very influential people within their families. And then it goes down and like no one ever questions anything and shit. It's like a fucking cult. But nobody politicized it but the right wing because of their feelings, because they're a feelings-based entity the entire time, at all times. Feelings first, fuck facts. We love our feelings. It's our safe space. Can't stand it, dude.
Senator, I would say, all right. And
go,
first, I
go
just
fuck
want to
yourself.
unpack
This way was struck. We'll just
They don't like Mark Milley because he didn't say he speaks out against Trump in like his own way, not directly, but he didn't do what they wanted him to either, and like send the military after the fucking Democrats and shit. He wasn't with that. He was Republican. He wasn't with all the authoritarianism.
The administration's activities over several years before that
and also through the period of November 23, which was encompassed.
U.S. politics is a clown show because we only have two parties. That's why. Nobody else does.
Biden administration. It's funny you can get a Trump bump while Biden is president of the United States. So I'd be curious to see that data.
I think it's incredible as well, sir.
Unbelievable might be a better word.
Okay. Well, there was that. Pete Hegseth sucks. Republicans suck. And yeah, we need more politicians like Slotkin and Duckworth did great. Mark Kelly confused me at first because I was outside and I didn't see who it was. But I was like, oh, here's some softballs. But then I was like, oh, it's Mark Kelly. And then when I kept hearing more questions, I'm like, okay, he's walking him into something. So let Mark Kelly cook too. But crazy though. Wild. That is Pete Hegseth. That is your, oh, we got a protest. We got protest coverage here for you guys. Oh, stand by. No war with Iran protests in New York City. Okay, so that's taking place. Status coup. You could probably put that.
To demand an end of the Zionist aggression on our region. For decades, the Zionist entity has violated our region's sovereignty, our dignity, and our right to...
Like, what do you guys think? Am I far off? Like, I come from the right-wing world, so I understand how it works. A lot of you guys aren't, or like didn't come from it, so you don't really truly get it. Like, you don't get it actually. How like indoctrinating it is.
And wreak havoc on the political and social fabric of our entire region. But we know that since its inception, the Zionist entity of Israel has been a project of Western imperialism.
Do I hate all Jewish people? It's not even about Jewish people. It's about the Zionist leaders and the Likud party of Netanyahu and Netanyahu's goals. Jewish people have nothing to do with it for me. But like their religion, that would be anti-Semitic then. If you like hate Jewish people because they're Jewish, that's irrelevant to the point. I haven't even thought about that until you just asked me. It's entirely on Netanyahu and his government and what Zionists want to do. Well, like Zionists at a broader spectrum, but the Likud party of Netanyahu are like absolute fascists too. So it's like a fascism onion.
The U.S. And the sequence of events, the years of warmongering, and most recently, the negotiations...
Yeah, we saw Tammy Duckworth. We watched the whole thing. We just got to the end. We watched the whole thing today. Make sure you guys start tuning in at about 3 p.m. Eastern time. If you're missing the train. The train leaves the station at 3 p.m. I've been on time too, so we really leave.
Not to end wars, but to force our people into submission, and we will not submit. Because we know who the real aggressor is. It is Zionism, it is imperialism, it is the U.S. and Israel marching together in lockstep against the masses of the world.
Yeah, we even did a flagpole raise at the start, guys. Okay, so that's happening in the background. We can listen to a little bit. Let's load the Tucker Carlson interview with Cancun Cruz. It's time. That's the next piece of content that I wanted to watch after this. And then we gotta wait for anything crazy tonight too. We're unironically watching a Tucker Carlson thing, which we watched them before, but oh my God, it's 2 hours.
To demand an end to the genocide, the breaking of the siege, an arms embargo on Israel, and the freedom.
It's a lot of Tucker Carlson, man. Oh fuck.
Whether it's the brave activists of the Madeleine sailing to break the siege,
Is there like the best hits? Is there like the greatest hits of this? There's definitely the one clip I've seen. That's a lot. That's way too much Tucker Carlson. Okay, well fuck it. We'll watch it then. What else are we doing?
On unity and
I'll put it on speed.
Zionism. From Palestine to Iran, from Lebanon to Yemen, we will never be intimidated into submission.
Spending the time to.
Oh boy.
The Zionist entity of Israel has never been more isolated than it is right now. It is our role to continue to resist, to continue to isolate, to continue to rise up. We promise to commit ourselves to the struggle and ensuring that Zionism is dismantled forever.
Could be. Okay, so that's in New York City. Yeah, here's Tucker Carlson and Cancun Cruz.
Have this conversation.
It's good to be with you.
So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and wants to kill us, or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us? And
definitely the latter's better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power, and I want our friends in power.
I could not agree more. The question is, how do you get there?
Of course.
We've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there.
I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
We have. Oh. And I think you know that. And
I don't know that.
Smoke a ball, do what you got to do.
In fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah,
I'm
there's all kinds
not
of
aware
stuff.
of efforts.
I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of our ancestors, Cuba, 1959, we've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So it's I think we both agree it's hard to do.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask, how do we produce that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
We'd be better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran, saying you're for regime change, I don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to America.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress.
The reason why Tucker's doing this is because Russia pays him. Don't forget that. Okay, that's why. It's not like, they're eating each other, but like Tucker's being paid by Russia to do this.
Which we're supporting.
And Russia wants to feed, like, the actual death to America is from Russia. Iran and the other Middle Eastern countries meme on that because they know Israel will get upset and then they can draw America into a war. Russia is the one that's actually like, fucking, I want to nuke Washington, D.C. tomorrow if possible. And they have nukes to do it, maybe. If they work, but they do have them. They're a big country. Russia, exactly. Russia good. Middle Eastern countries bad because they're brown. I know.
And the president has said
racists get banned immediately.
Clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once. Okay. I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change.
Well, I even asked Cruz about Iran because he's paid by Russia and Russia wants America gone. It's not a Russia. It's facts. I've been watching it for 3 years. We watched their state media for 3 years now. I know exactly what they're about.
Change. I said.
And so by him challenging this, he'll get people that are against Israel to be like, oh, Tucker good now? Tucker good. And then Tucker is obviously we know what he's about and he'll cook them up. And then everyone will be fucked. And then it'll just destabilize America because Tucker Carlson's the type of person to do that. That's why.
Support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. What I've advocated for.
But it's like a double-edged sword because then it also exposes Ted Cruz. So it's like this is just a diabolical. That's why I put it on. We put it out on Facebook and everything. It's diabolical. There's a double-edged sword content here because it absolutely exposes this fucking slimy bastard. But then for me, because I'm aware of Tucker Carlson, what he's about now, more so than just the Fox News propagandist loser. But now he's absolutely a Russian agent. Absolutely a Russian agent doing tours of their grocery stores, of their metro stations, showing, oh, wow, look how Russia's so good. The interview with Putin, that was like just a nightmare. We watched that too. And Putin was just like, back in 1312 when old Russia was the best. And Russia and Putin, or excuse me, yeah, Putin, all of them. Tucker is owned by Russia. So that is why this is happening. Because also Russia isn't getting their like, yeah, we've stopped aiding Ukraine, but they haven't gotten all the concessions they want. What better than to stick it to Trump than to stick Tucker Carlson on their own base? And Tucker Carlson is like he has rads. He carries rads because he has a lot of MAGA supporters that will like be like, oh, I didn't think of that. Okay. And then they're going to start turning against MAGA, and MAGA is going to have a little civil war, and then it'll spill out into the rest of us too. Because I understand how the media landscape works. And I understand how Tucker Carlson works.
All right, let's step back a second.
Step back. But again, doesn't take away from the fact that this guy looks like slimy bastard, because he is.
You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy as much as you want. There are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
I totally agree.
Violently agree.
For in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and best voices in the whole country on securing the border and on the absolute crisis we're facing. And in Texas, I see it and live it every day.
Do we have the receipts to prove Tucker is under Russia? His own content, his own videos are the receipts. Do you have the actual analytical data of transactions to Tucker Carlson from the Kremlin LLC? You fucking dork. Shut up.
In COVID.
Jesus, bro.
In fact, you may recall in the middle of the COVID lockdown, I was out walking my dog.
Do you personally know? Were you personally there when Putin was working to give Tucker Carlson the go ahead? Then no. Then you don't know, Andrew.
We were living in lunatic times. And I called you and said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject crack, but you get what I'm saying.
Try.
No, I mean, you were standing up and speaking like, what the hell are we doing, in a way that we desperately, desperately needed. And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns and the vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, you and I agree on a ton of stuff.
Were you personally there when Jesus rose from the dead?
I do think is meaningful. And it's mostly in the foreign policy space. And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
Yes.
For a long time, people had perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham and George W. Bush. And there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other.
Yeah, Scott Ritter's a pedophile, that's for sure. We know that.
I agree with either one. The way I view my own foreign policy...
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth.
All the facts in the chat.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
I mean, people sort of naturally fall into... I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously.
Who keeps electing Ted Cruz? Why does he keep getting elected is what I want to know.
And I think that's naive, and it doesn't work. And so my view, I consider myself a third point on the triangle. And What I describe that
Raccoon
as
Cruz.
is that I am a non-interventionist hawk, which sounds a little weird, but what do I mean by that? I mean the central touch point for U.S. foreign policy and for any question of military intervention.
Chat, who keeps electing
should be the
Ted
vital
Cruz?
national security interest of the United States. How does this make America safer? How does this protect Americans? If it does, we should be strong. And actually, another way of conceiving what I'm saying, I'm speaking theoretically, but Reagan referred to it as peace through strength. And actually, I think Donald Trump's foreign policy is very much what I'm describing, a non-interventionist hawk, where he understands that, and I think this is historically true, the best way to avoid war is being strong. That weakness and isolationism, I think, encourages war. So going back to regime change, where you started in Iran.
So just to make, I don't think I disagree with anything you've said, so we may not be that far apart, really. Because
What did he even say?
That the
He's just
single
woofing.
criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national.
Oh, that's because the MAGA candidate was Brandon Herrera or whatever, right? The YouTuber was your candidate instead.
Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that
I
as
think
well.
it's the definition of it.
Or was he that different one?
The U.S. dollar has been gravely devalued.
Oh boy, ads. Okay, let's go to a specific spot. Does Cruz think it's okay a foreign government spy on America? Oh boy, I don't.
The dollars spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with, the endless...
Yeah, we got where status scoops on. Yep, we've tuned in a little bit. Yep, they're up. They're in New York.
Support for Israel, very expensive. When people are literally...
You notice how he added the extra... That's there. That is... Did you hear how he added the extra propaganda about aid to Ukraine and how it's going to, like, whatever? And he, like, went... And that's how... That is another tell of paid by Russia. And that is why he's grilling Ted Cruz. You would think, well, Russia loves Trump, and you like Russia is like their friend. Russia's nobody's friend, okay? But they're like Trump is a means to an end for Putin, and Putin trying to make the Soviet Union back, reunify all the former Soviet countries. So he doesn't really care like what happens. But right now he's not getting as much concessions as he wants, so it's fine for Tucker Carlson to just absolutely eviscerate Ted Cruz for what many will agree with. And Putin knows that. Tucker knows it. Probably, if you're in media, you know it, that this is an absolute destruction of Ted Cruz, no matter what. And there's a lot of cope. I see it. They're like, wow, what is the Ted Cruz doesn't know how many people live in? Where is it? Where's the clip? We'll just play that and we can be done with this one. This is just, it's too much Tucker for me. Because Tucker is still garbage. Like, there's a lot of people saying, wow, he doesn't know how many people live in Iran, so Tucker's invalid. But it's like, it sucks because this is the one piece of journalism I think Tucker's ever done. But again, I'm not giving him credit because he's paid by Russia. I don't give him credit for that because he's a Russian op. So make sure you understand that too. Like, just because you temporarily agree with someone on something, don't just be like, okay, they're my person now or whatever. Like, yeah, hell yeah. Like, he has his own goals and Russia pays him to do it.
How many people live?
Yeah, and Qatar. Yeah, Qatar.
How many people
Qatar.
live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not
okay.
even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was
saying
a good
you don't
idea to kill
believe-
General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe
Jerry.
Carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
Oof.
We are supporting Israel.
Oops.
Thanks. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
People are listening, silly goose. Yeah, people are listening. That's enough, Tucker Carlson. Yeah, so, yeah, that's my take, is Tucker destroyed Ted Cruz, but I don't care, actually, because Tucker Carlson's a Russian agent. So it's like, let them both absolutely fall in a pit of misery. How about that? Both sides are bad. I can say it now. You can say the centrist words. Both sides, guys. Okay, so that's enough Tucker, right? We're good. Are we all good on Tucker now? That's plenty. That was a lot of Tucker for the day. I got something to fix that. I got something for you guys to fix that. Kind of wash us from Tucker for a while. I didn't want to sit through the 2 hours really to begin with, but I think that was really the only part that was worth hearing back. No, where is it? You can watch that. Where is it? No. Hold on. If you guys are just tuning in, if you could hit the like button, subscribe, follow, share, all that really quick. We're obviously still tracking Tel Aviv. We had one attack earlier just to catch you guys up. Let's catch up really quick while I'm getting this video up. There was one attack. It was repelled. Vice President J.D. Vance Blue Sky account was suspended. Oh no. His account lasted less than 15 minutes. Oh damn. Base Blue Sky. Blue Sky good now. God. You can't have an account here. Go to your X. Threads is my favorite though, to be honest. That's where I'm at with it. For now. Like for posting. Just set up my page on Blue Sky. How'd that go? Hello, Blue Sky. I've been told this app has become. Oh. Yeah. Just set up my page on Blue Sky. I don't think so, Mr. Couchman. We'll be having no couchmen on Blue Sky. Wow, this is gonna be the most attention Blue Sky's had in a while now. JD Vance. JD Vance has a couch account on this. Oh boy, we should watch that. JD Vance was immediately banned. Well, yeah, I don't see him on here. I don't see him on the Blue Sky. I don't think he made it. JD Vance. JD Vance confirms. Is this... Well, his account's still there. So he joins Blue Sky, and his first thing is thinking about transgender youth. Joins a social media app, immediately posts about transgender youth. Hi, everyone. I'm the Vice President of the United States. I'm here to be the Vice President. Nope. Here's why transgender youth are bad. Okay. His account, that's his account still. I don't see it. I know that people are saying it got banned. Oh, JD Vance won. Oh. Oh yeah, JD Vance won. That is his account. Still there. He has his own website. Oh boy. It's just a cuck page for Trump. Jesus. Oh, it just takes you to Donald Trump. So it says jdvance.com, but it just takes you to Donald J. Trump website. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Well, JD Vance is still there, I think. Account not found. I'm still seeing it. Why is this breaking news though? Anyways, or tell us what's happening with what is going on? Why is that breaking news anyways? It's not breaking news. People put breaking news in front of fucking whatever they want. Breaking, I took a shit today. Great. Good information.
Oh. This is called nuclear fission.
Oh, we're getting a science lesson today.
That split releases a massive amount of energy.
Wow.
Way more than any conventional.
Oh wow, like in Terminator 2. Like in Terminator 2, yeah.
It creates an intense blast, searing heat, and deadly radiation. The result? Instant mass destruction, firestorms, and
just like in Terminator 2.
Long-term health and environmental damage. Now that we know how powerful these weapons are, we know that
You guys you're buffering? Are we buffering? What? Are we okay? Everybody good? Everybody drop a plus in the chat quick. Everybody drop a plus. We're good on Twitch. Everyone good? Okay. Just refresh if you need to. We're good. All is well. No alarms are going off. No, you're not missing an air raid or anything. Okay, where were we now? Anyways, more nuclear weapon. What a nuke is.
don't want them to fall in the wrong hands.
The wrong hands.
Until now, the largest terrorist army in the world was about to have it in theirs. And that is why the world is facing one of its biggest...
Oh, wow, and it's on a loop, too. So you can just watch it for like an hour and just keep watching it. Russia can have nukes, though, and invade whoever they want and do whatever they want. Merc, Russia. Stop talking about Russia. Leave Russia alone. We're Putin's dream, okay? I don't know why I can still see his shit. I don't know why this is breaking news. 4 words, guys. 4 words. Trust Trump. What is the population of the Death Star? Oh my god, bro. All right. So, still waiting for further between Iran and Israel. We got Israel doing nuke postings. Let's see what Iran's posting in response. It's a meme war with occasional missiles coming in. We're tracking all of it. Okay, so you got Iran. The IDF did that one. Okay, so nukes and then Iran's memes. Okay, footage from Operation True Promise 3, guys. It's a really high quality frame rate video. So are we gonna, is this, was that what we saw earlier then, I'm guessing? That's the moon. If you were watching the wave of missiles earlier, that is the moon. And it's usually there on the stream because we watch Israel at this time of night. This is Iran's response from, so the IDF posted, I'm just showing you guys their latest posts. We watched this was the sirens, and the IDF shared a nuke meme, and then here's Iran, what they have posted. So this might have been the missiles we saw earlier. What was that? Oh, the video. If this was from the wave earlier, all of these were intercepted. Okay, so that was from their True Promise. That's the latest from Israel and Iran on the postings. Go back to Newswire. See if anything's coming in from Mango Mussolini. Okay, just the... Okay, the last important update was the Situation Meeting room ended. See here, Putin says Israel has agreed to ensure safety of Russian... Oh my god. Israel has agreed to ensure the safety of Russians working at the Bashur nuclear plant in Iran. Russian President Vladimir Putin told reporters Wednesday night. Our experts are in the field, so we're talking about over 200 people, Putin said on the sidelines of an economic conference in St. Petersburg, referring to Russian engineers helping Iran construct 2 new reactors at the Bashur plant. We agreed with the Israeli leadership that their security will be ensured, said Putin. Putin also called for the international community to seek what Russia will be on both teams here. Okay, just get ready for that. Russia will be on Israel's side like they have been, and they will also side with Iran. Which is why Tucker Carlson's doing Tucker Carlson stuff. Russia has to distract from their war. And they need find ways to distract from what they're doing too. So Trump has to distract from destabilizing our country. Putin has to distract from what he's doing into Ukraine. It's all connected together. Putin also called for the international community to seek ways to end hostilities between Iran and Israel while maintaining Iran's peaceful nuclear activities and Israel's security. There is a consolidation of Iranian society around the political leadership of the country, Putin said. It happens virtually everywhere all the time, and Iran is no exception here. Putin also added that he discussed these issues with the U.S. Iranian and Israeli officials told them that it is possible to ensure Iran's peaceful nuclear activities. So that's Putin taking the side of Iran, like I said. hey, we'll help you, Israel, and then we'll help Iran make sure their nukes are safe. And Iran's top diplomat says Tehran acts solely in self-defense, but it remains committed to diplomacy. Okay. Nothing important still. So we're still chilling, waiting for more. Other than this news here that Putin and Israel made an agreement to make sure, but they can go and occupy Ukrainian nuclear facilities, and they don't give a fuck. They'll shell it too. They'll send drones, and they have it like although they're using the Ukrainian nuclear plants as like a shield, and then they fire shit from the nuclear plant, because obviously Ukraine, if they fired back, it would be a nuclear catastrophe. So Russia will use it like a shield. Crazy times. Crazy times. What do you guys think? The Israelis aren't letting hits be televised. I mean, no, not the hits anymore. The press got in trouble, but you can still see when the attacks are coming in. Yeah, the Reuters journalists were showing too much, because in the Netanyahu propaganda, there's never any hits and there's never any successful strikes into Tel Aviv ever. So, but yet there is, but there isn't. It's weird. So we watched, I think it was Monday, when the Reuters was filming the building that was hit, and they had their camera covered by the IDF. Well, it was either Monday or Sunday. Okay, we have no military aircraft in Israel, Jordan, Iraq. Nothing doing right now. Trump asked his military advisor whether its massive bunker busters would destroy Fordo. Pentagon officials say it would. From Axios. Excuse me. Trump pressures aides on whether bunker buster munitions would work. Okay, I don't. One of the key questions on President Trump's mind these days, his advisors say, if the U.S. joins Israel's war and drops its massive bunker busters, will they actually destroy Iran's most heavily fortified nuclear facility? So this is, like I said, this is likely, like, if anything does happen, this will likely be the thing. And our Air Force will use the bunker buster on Fordo and other facilities that Israel's been striking, but they can't reach because they don't have the bunker buster munitions. I don't think it will be a ground invasion. Why matters? Trump doubts Wednesday about the certainty of them. Okay, Trump wants to make sure an attack is really needed, but wouldn't drag the U.S. into a prolonged war in the Middle East. So they all say it'll be quick, be fast. It won't be like the last time. And then it is. We're going to be ready to strike Iran. We're not yet convinced that we're necessary. We want to be unnecessary, but his words. But I think the president's just, so we're ready, but we're not, but we are. We want to just be ready, but we're not. He's not convinced we're ready. What a word salad. We're in, we're out. We're in, we're out. We're in, we're out. Kind of like his tariffs and everything else. It's at the top of Israel's target list, the Fordo uranium enrichment site. Maybe we can see that. I think, is that the same place we looked at on Earth? Do you think Iran will try to attack our ships? I don't know what the response will be. I don't know. We'll be watching, that's for sure. No, different facility. Is this the actual nuclear facility? No. It's in the mountain. It's in the mountain. That's Fordo itself. This, like, the terrain here, it was just be a fucking nightmare for anything. Like Afghanistan on steroids. Oh.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Kfar Rupin.
Okay. Hostile aircraft coming in. Not on the flight radar.
Maoz Haim.
Okay. You got hostile aircraft detected northeast of Tel Aviv. Probably drones coming in. So we got a drone wave, maybe. Potentially. Trying to figure out where the actual facility is here. I'm messing around with Earth. It's in this area. Here, I'll just show you. There's Fordo, but I can't find the enrichment facility. But this is why they would need the bunker busters. Look at the terrain. The bunker busting munitions, because Iran has that shit underneath all of that. Oops, where are we at now? Okay, now I'm lost now. Sorry, I gotta fix this. What's that now?
Neve Etan.
Okay, I'm gonna mute that for a while here. So another aircraft. Neve Etan. Can we like turn that? Is there a way to turn it down the volume a little bit? They don't have volume controls. So move that map over. Obviously, we still have the feed up of Tel Aviv. Let's put that up full screen while I'm looking at stuff here. Put in the chat where you guys are all tuned in from, if you could. Check in. Let's do a check-in. Do a viewer check-in. Nobody's talking about his parade anymore. Alright, I got a video for you guys. It's a classic. Pull this one up here. Hold on. Oh, what the heck? I don't know if that's the full video parameters. What up? How we doing? Not your exact dingo. You're not your exact coordinates. What the heck? Drops the coordinates. It's actually an SOS. All right, make that a little smaller. Eugene, Oregon, Canada. What up, Eugene? Lake County, Canada. Boston, Southern California. Good to have you. New Jersey, Oklahoma, Tilbury, Ontario, San Antonio, Texas. Kenosha, Wisconsin, BC, Canada. What up, Amanda? UK. Hello, Gene. Hello. We got Richmond, Virginia, Ireland, Smella Benji, Augusta, Georgia, Estonia. Hello, Estonia. Decompressing. And we got the Philippines, our house. What up, Rhode Island, Washington, New York. Moberly, Missouri. Branch, Michigan from Florida. Berrien County, Michigan. We're still tracking what's going on in Tel Aviv and beyond. Those coordinates are... Oh! Appreciate that. I thought I was worried you were dropping me your coordinates. Like, bro, that's pretty specific. Got it. Let me get the Earth location up. And that too. We'll watch that next. What the heck? What is that? That is not. What is that? It's like in the ocean. Is that where the Power Rangers went? This is where the location sent me over here. Where the hell is that? It's in the ocean. That's where King Kong. That's where King Kong lives. What up, Darlington, England? Good to have you. Yeah. Okay. What the heck? I feel like I've been there. That's funny. It's highly unlikely to be King Kong. It was Godzilla. It's possible. Well, King Kong comes from that part. That's where he hails from. All right, I got a video for you guys. Check this out.
Okay, thank you for waiting. The president has asked me to come out and make a brief statement about the wire that just went out a couple minutes ago. To make things short, I will just confirm that yes, we do have a moon base, and yes, we are currently experiencing some bear problems. Now, I will open it up if there are any questions.
Mr. Secretary!
New York Times.
Yes. I have a 11-part question.
I'm sorry, I only have time for 2.
All right, let me get this straight. So, the United States government is admitting that we do have a moon base, and that there is a bear problem on said moon base.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, follow-up question. Are you us?
That's a really good question.
No, we are not, and I would like to remind everyone to keep the language civilized. This is the White House.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, Bob Daniels, Newsweek.
Mr. Daniels.
How long have we had the moon base? And are these bears Earth bears, or are they from the moon?
I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to disclose how long we've had this moon base at this time. We do believe these to be Earth bears. We have no reason to believe these to be lunar bears or even Saturn bears.
Todd Albright, PBS. There's Saturn bears?
I am also not at liberty to go into the various types of woodland life forms on Saturn or any of the other 12 planets.
9 planets.
Right. I've said too much already. What I can show you is the images that have been beamed down to us from the Odyssey satellite system just a couple hours ago. This is the view out of the front door of the United States Secret Moon Base. This was taken yesterday before we discovered the bear problem. And this one was taken just a couple hours ago. So, as you can see, bears everywhere.
Mr. President, Mr.
Just bears.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, those bears appear to have guns and motorcycles.
We believe they may be involved in some sort of intergalactic drug cartel, perhaps affiliated with one of the interstellar wizard alliances.
Wizard alliances?
Yes, next question.
Just a thought, more of a shot in the dark, but we wouldn't happen to be invading Iran today, would we?
You got me.
I fell for it. You almost got away with that one.
No, I went too far. I almost had it. I should have stopped after the slides. I knew I should have stopped
I didn't think
there.
anything about it until the cartel thing, and I was like, what?
Okay, all right, let's forget this whole thing. Who wants a drink? First round's on me. Come on.
Yeah!
Classic. Oh boy. Classic. I don't make shit like that anymore. Too good. Oh my goodness. Oldie but goodie. Wait, we're invading Iran. We're invading Iran today, aren't we? Ah. Sweet. Wait, there's Saturn bears? There's bears. There's bears all over. Oh, it's kind of like real life with the flagpole, but unfortunately the flagpole's real. And other bullshit he's doing. Oh, babe. That's crazy. Oh, Lord. You want a moon bear? I want a moon bear. Wait, we have a moon base? And there's bear. Oh, boy. It's too good. Those bears have guns and motorcycle. They're part of a cartel. Is this a compilation of how bad it went? Ooh. What is this clip for? Pete Hegseth had a bad day while testifying before Congress. We saw a lot of it. We saw it. How it went. It didn't go well. It didn't go well for him, did it? Was Cocaine Bear any good? I never saw it. It's one of those movies I like want to see, but never got around to seeing it. Was it any good? Could we have a moon bear for president? It would probably do a better job. Oh, news to share. Live on YouTube. Where's he at? No war protests outside the White House. There we go. There's some. There we go. Let's switch this over to Tel Aviv then. Let's put this full screen. Here's my Tel Aviv feed. Let's put Tel Aviv in the small screen for now.
And as always, we stand ready for the revolution. Thank you.
There we go. How about that? This is live at outside the White House. There's a counter protest too. You got a pro-Israel counter protest too out there.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Say it loud and say it clear. Say it loud and say it clear. We don't want no Zionists here. We don't want no Zionists here. Say it loud and say it clear. Say it loud and say it clear. We don't want no Zionists here. We don't want no Zionists here. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Got Iranian flags in there now. Oh, there's this big stupid flagpole. Oh wow, the crowd's bigger than. Oh, I thought it was just a. Okay. Got a bigger crowd than I thought. Who's playing though? It's some music. There will be squeaky pigs.
You cannot sanction people into dignity. You cannot lie your way into another war and expect to silence us.
Yeah, I remember the squeaky pigs.
Let us be clear. What is happening isn't abstract. For those of us here who are Iranian, our families right now are living in terror. It's not a strategy on a whiteboard. It's the lives of ordinary people.
Yeah, it is this feed.
It's children who haven't slept in days because missiles don't wait for bedtime. It's our families desperately seeking safety, even as fuel is being rationed, not knowing if the next city is going to be any safer. On Monday, Trump ordered the evacuation of Tehran, Iran's capital that is home to more than 10 million people. That's the size of all of Sweden. But not everyone can leave. My own grandmother is 96 years old and wheelchair bound. She cannot leave. My cousin's child has severe autism and she cannot under any circumstance leave her home. What will happen to people in hospitals, prisons, and all of those who don't have the means to escape? Shame. Meanwhile, the U.S. government is sending billions to Israel, even as it carries out a genocide in Gaza, continues to attack Lebanon, Syria,
Oh, let's go back to that. Oh, full screen, full screen. I guess I want to keep it full screen. I'm gonna rotate it.
Israel is a terrorist state! Israel is a terrorist state! Israel is a terrorist state! Israel is a racist 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 state! No war with Iran! It feels great to win.
No, there won't be a Compton Jesus here.
Every night I go to sleep, I'm like, we're winners! You see what Tel Aviv looks like? Yeah, I can't talk silently.
Oh, they brought the speaker out?
JVP is not Jewish, it's not for peace.
You said, does the American public have the bandwidth for these Yeah. Oh yeah. There will be consistent. There's consistent monthly protests. These pop-up protests will just keep happening. Like that'll be consistent. It's the massive ones will continue. They're like scheduled like once a month already. And that will be for the rest of the term. As long as Trump's president, there won't be no fatigue around it. There's something to work against. Oh, my Israel time stopped. My bad, y'all. Thank you. My clock messed up for a second. Thank you.
We don't want your racist wars. 5, 6, 7, 8. Iran is a sovereign state.
So guys, we're watching a protest here. This protest is in Washington, D.C. Protest against any U.S. intervention in Iran, potentially. This is Washington, D.C., outside of the White House. You said this is what the Abandon Harris movement gets? That's going to be irrelevant, and anyone that like engages in that at this point now is like, there were 75 million Americans that voted for her to try to either for her or to stop Trump, and that's a lot of people. So when you say that, you're also like the 75 million people that did try to vote to stop this. Like, you're gonna just piss us off. I'm telling you that now. So like I'll just get pissed eventually. Like, I'm not gonna accept that for much longer. The populism of all politics, geopolitical and domestic, was not caring about the threat of Trump, and that's just the facts. Okay, people are like, you didn't take it seriously, or another cause was more important at the time, so it didn't matter. Like, I guess, whatever. Biden was mid, and so let's try Trump again, maybe. And people had that brain too.
See the size of New Jersey, some action coalition as they give their speech.
So it looks like you're going to have a protest, counter-protest here.
What we don't like is a regime. Bad people. For the Iranian people, hey, baby.
Organizer with the Answer Coalition, which stands for Act Now to Stop.
It's not too late. You can convert to Judaism. You can convert to Judaism if you want. We're doing biblical attacks.
Israeli attacks on Iran.
Yeah, please separating the two groups of protesters here. No, I haven't. Nope, haven't seen it. That's a big protest.
This is the same imperialist machine that has ravaged the world for decades, from the destruction of Iraq to the genocide against the people of Gaza, from the starvation sanctions on Iran, and the endless theft of the Middle East resources.
This is outside the White House.
But we know the American war on Iran.
This is Washington, D.C.
The brutal, decades-long U.S. sanctions on Iran, blocking medicine, food, and basic necessities are a silent massacre, a weapon of mass suffering. Just as bombs shred flesh, sanctions shred lives. They starve children, they bankrupt hospitals, and they punish the poor for daring to resist imperialism. The U.S. and Israel will use every tool, sanctions, airstrikes, and lies to crush any nation that resists. Whether through economic strangulation or bombardment, this remains the same war of domination, and we stand with those who refuse to bow. Trump is now considering direct U.S. military intervention, bombing followed by boots on the ground. Shame. If that happens, this war could explode into an even more devastating regional or even global disaster. And who pays the price? Not the politicians who lied to us? Not the weapons manufacturers cashing in on bloodshed? No, it's the people of Iran,
drones are coming in again.
Of the whole region. It's the children in this country who will be sent to kill and die for profit. And at the same time that Trump wages war abroad, he's waging war here at home against our immigrants, against workers, and against the poor. He wants us to believe immigrants are criminals, that immigrants threaten us, but we know that these are lies. We stand with the people of Iran, the people of Palestine, with our people fighting in LA. We know that we are
More
one,
drones.
and we refuse to let this administration...
8 minutes for what? What's happening in 8 minutes?
Oh my God, that's all you do, huh? The next self-loathing Jew, sit up right up. Racist, shame on you! What's that? Where are those self-loathing Jews? The Jews that hate Jews.
What the heck is happening in 8 minutes?
Shut the hell up!
I don't know.
Racist, shame on you! I feel bad for anybody that has to listen to that.
I'm not sure why. What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure there's a safe space over there.
He's playing the national anthem. What the heck is that?
Because our struggle is the same, our enemy is the same, and we're fighting here in the streets, in our workplaces, in our unions to stop the war machine, to demand not one more dollar for bombs, but for healthcare, housing, and a future for our children. This isn't just about stopping this war, it's about smashing the system that creates them. Money for jobs and education.
Yeah. Yeah, the cops are just happy they're not being protested against right now, for now.
Money for jobs and education. Not for
What is WAP? 4 minutes to what?
Thank you.
Check Bulwark? What's Bulwark?
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! I need you guys to get louder than that. Come on now. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! From the belly of the beast!
Yep, this is live now.
What we want is total freedom. Colonizers, we don't need them.
Yep.
What we want is total freedom. Say it loud and say it clear. We don't want no Zionists here. Say it loud and say it clear. We don't want no Zionists here. Brick by brick and wall by wall. Zionism will fall. Brick by brick and wall by wall. Zionism will fall. For this next chant, I need you guys to get loud as you can. Every single banner, every single flag, put that in the air right now.
This is outside the White House. Search the tick virus. What's going on with the tick virus now?
And that's exactly what we will do everywhere our oppressors stand.
How far is the U.S. for an actual revolution? It will never happen, actually. There will be consistent movements to move us progressively into a different direction, at least try to, but to have a revolution in the U.S. to take down capitalism or whatever is a wet dream.
Attacks. Iran, we got your back. Iran, we got your back. No more U.S. attacks. No more U.S. attacks. Iran, we got your back.
There's absolutely good levels of socialism to have. Are you serious? Socialism mixed with capitalism. Like if you want to if you don't want to own your own business and do your own shit, you should have the worker benefits and rights and be paid actual livable wage. Yes, good stuff. But if you want to own your own business, that's on you, and then you provide that shit for your workers. Social Security is socialism. No, yes, I have. No, yeah, my bad. Yeah, I love all my shit prices to go up every year for everything. I love that, actually. I love having to pay more every year for the same thing, and the product or the quality doesn't get any better. Please, yes, that's my favorite. Socialism bad, capitalism only good. Hey guys, sorry to tell you, Netflix is like $30 a month now. Hey guys, next year it's $35 a month. We hate to do this to you, but... Oh, but don't get Netflix then. Then cancel your Netflix. That's what they'll say. Or whatever, anything. You've never traveled outside the U.S., I guess.
Look at the little terrorist. Are you trained to be a terrorist? That's very cute. Yeah. That's very cute. He
It's like a rainy day. You got raining. You got rain coming in. Ford had to put his umbrella up. Okay, we have 2 communists in the chat. Yeah, and there's a bunch of fascists too. Bunch of Trump dick sucks too. We're equal opportunity. Everyone, all political, whatever is in my chat, I guess. If you don't like it, then I don't know what to tell you.
What do they call them here? Americans. Oh, this is fun. This proves. Free Palestine. I'm standing in the rain. We want justice. You say how?
It's raining real good now. Oh, their signs are gonna get. Yeah, it's really raining there.
Loser! You couldn't handle the rain? Terrorists! Oh no, the wind is melting. Oh no, it's melting. Where you going, coward? What is that wet white statue on the smell? You need some soap!
Well, the counter protest is leaving, it looks like. All right. Well, that was it. That was that. Then the other counter protests left. They're still going to be out there protesting, but it's like raining, and that would be a not the most enjoyable protest to be at. But you know, a protest is a protest. It sucks. You're getting rained on. But cool. Actually, it was cool in North Carolina, South Carolina. There's like a thunderstorm mid-protest. It's like sunny too. You can see the sun. It's good. The rain's gonna end.
International observers to inspect its nuclear program, and Israel has refused oversight.
Did Trump post anything new?
The threat of nuclear power is just a recycled lie. It is straight out of the imperialist playbook. It is the very
Guys, hit the like button if you could.
that the US used
Take a moment, hit the like button on the stream. So you got a protest outside of the White House. Is live on News to Share YouTube channel. We're also obviously tracking. We're tracking Israel-Iran war back and forth. We saw one attack on Tel Aviv today from the Operation True Promise 3 from Iran. Likely won't have any U.S. actions until tomorrow, at least, regardless.
Entity bombs Iran and also submerges Gaza into darkness by cutting off internet and electricity.
Live at 3 p.m. Eastern every day, guys. Make sure you also hit the notification bell so you're here. A lot of people asking about things we covered hours ago. I'm not going to retread stuff. So just make sure you're here. 3 p.m. Eastern, the train is at the station.
The compass of our struggle, and we will never look away. As we see this for what it is, one war, one imperialist campaign, one path of Zionist destruction stretching from Gaza to Tehran. So let us not be fooled by the political political theater that the U.S. and Israel continue to play for us. Every missile dropped on Iran, every bomb dropped on Gaza is funded and armed by the U.S. Every Zionist decision to murder our people is stamped with a seal of approval from the U.S. Trump himself even bragged that Israel used great American equipment during the attack. It is a shame. And so that's why we're here today, to demand a total
What are you guys talking about?
arms embargo on Israel. Israeli bombs are dropped by F-35 jets built right here in the U.S., and their parts are shipped and delivered by companies like Maersk.
Am I not on Pete? Who? No.
We demand that Maersk stop shipping weapons and weapons components.
I
to
don't
Zionist entities
look at
and
Signal.
to stop facilitating Israel's violent campaigns in Gaza.
What's going on?
And across the region. We are not waiting for our governments and the ruling class to accept an arms embargo, but we are calling for a people's arms embargo. It is upon us to take matters into our own hands. It is upon us to disrupt the supply lines and to stop these merchants of death. So today we gather here to reject Zionism, to honor all of our martyrs from Iran to Gaza, and to continue organizing and resisting. To Israel, to the U.S., to every single imperial power that believes it can murder and bury our people, you will fail. From Palestine to Iran, from Lebanon to Yemen, we will never be intimidated into submission. We will only grow more powerful, and the Zionist entity will only grow weaker. So we must continue to resist. We must continue to rise up, and most of all, we must remain unified. We must promise to commit our lives to the struggle until every inch of Palestine, until every inch of the Middle East is free. Hands off Iran, hands off Gaza, free Palestine.
Okay, so that's from the protest that's happening live in the White House. Trump's $500 iPhone will be made in China, guys. Who would have thought? Who would have guessed that one? Incredible. It'll be made in China. Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of taking out Fordo nuclear facility. Okay, that's likely what's going to happen. That's likely what's going to happen, if anything, would be the strike on that Fordo nuclear facility in Iran. So if the U.S. does take actions, it will be this. It won't be ground forces or ground invasion of Iran. Look at this one. When nobody shows up to your sad little birthday parade. Oh, my bad. You can't see. Hold on. World War III. No one came. Damn it. They hated it. Elon hates me now. Wow. Elon is melting because his AI keeps debunking him. Oh, of course. Guys, Matt Tardio is going to give a history lesson for you guys today. If you're interested. On why attacking Iran is good. What a guy to listen to. Okay, this is in New York City. Yeah, that guy definitely knows what he's talking about for sure.
Go away! Go away! Go away! Evil spirits, go away! I love Israel! For Jewish people, it's a disgrace! It's a god-awful... Whoa, 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 whoa! Police! Yo, police! Why are they in the street?
This is in New York City. Evil spirits go away. It's crazy. Okay, marching through the crowd. So this is in New York City, not a stream. Troy, you need, are you this, like, when you say, I don't know if you're trolling or what, but like maybe 3 people in this crowd are liberals. The rest of them are further left. You don't know what you're talking about. You sound like an idiot when you call this crowd liberals. They're not. They're further left. But again, if you're like a maggot, then everything is liberal to you. All of it's liberals. I don't care what they are. They're liberals. No, they're not. I know Troy doesn't understand. He's MAGA, so I forgot. They don't understand anything. They're there. They're here, but you know they're just here to offer what they feel.
What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? When Iran is under attack. What do we do? What do we do? Iran is under attack.
Yes, sir. God bless.
Great video there. Hands off. Hands off Iran protest. Looks like the Jill Stein crowd. They're back. I wonder where they've been for the past 5 months. There's been some out at the protests, but not many. At the big ones, for sure. Okay, so big protest in New York City. You got one in Washington, D.C. happening. Was this? Israel informed the U.S. that if they are not able to take out Iran's Fordo nuclear facility with bunker-busting bombs, they may do it with humans. What in the hell? No. Nah. What's the 365-day average rainfall of Tyre? Tucker Carlson bad now. Oh, they're just eating each other. It's just the best for me. I love it all. China phone, good. Eat it. Go buy a China Palantir phone. You fucking cucks. Go eat your Chinese Palantir AI MAGA phone. You can be in the the megaphone, bro. Be in the Pete Hegseth Signal group chats. Oh, where is this? Hold on. Here we go. Anyway, something funny.
The reason Donald Trump rushed home to Washington was to deal with the war between Israel and Iran. And the big question was he rushing home to help negotiate an end to the war or to bring America into the war? It's the most important decision a nation can make, and one that we've whiffed on for the last, 10, 20, 30, 40, it doesn't matter. The point is, it'd be really reassuring to know that the president has a clear and consistent plan. So, Mr. President, are you looking for war or a ceasefire?
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire.
Oh, shit. Okay. He's not looking for a ceasefire.
We're looking at better than ceasefire.
Looking at better than ceasefire.
Yeah, better than a ceasefire. Ceasefire plus.
Ceasefire plus.
I hate watching ads. That's wonderful. This is good news. I'm glad you're going to negotiate with Iran.
I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate.
Okay.
I'm not in the mood.
Not in the mood. Okay. The president's not vibing on negotiations then. So it's war. Because who would negotiate besides you, Mr. President?
He's considering sending the vice president to negotiate with the Iranians.
Ooh.
I think this is fantastic. J.D. Vance is a great choice to negotiate. The Iranians will agree to anything to get him the out of there. The real reason Donald Trump rushed home to Washington was to deal with the war between Israel and Iran. And the big question was he rushing home to help negotiate an end to the war or to bring America into the war? It's the most important decision a nation can make, and one that we've whiffed on for the last 10, 20, 30, 40.
It's so good. I'm looking up I'm looking up the actual full Daily Show video. There's an actual good one that he went out and talked to people. Not in the mood. Hold on. Yeah, his funny as hell. Let's pull Tel Aviv up so we can try to get around the. There you go. Yeah, there you go. All right, we'll try to get around the frickin' copyright here. Oops. Oh no. Oh no, don't go away. Thank you. Dang it, just I was about to pull something up. Okay. Where is it now? It's so good. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, do I have it? The latest Daily Show video. I think this will be how we get around copyright. It's gonna be great. If you want to see it full screen, you're gonna have to watch it on your own.
This past weekend, I went to our nation's capital to join the celebration of the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army and the 79th birthday of Donald J. Trump. This was reportedly a $45 million event, and there was family fun everywhere. I'm talking cornhole, howitzers, kids with machine guns on top of Jeeps, kids with rocket launchers, and the always popular killer robot dogs. Thank you for your service.
We are here because we love America.
We are celebrating the 250th birthday of the Army, and it's Flag Day. It's the President's birthday. Today is America's Super Bowl. Yes.
America's Super Bowl.
What are you most excited to see?
Tanks.
Today is America's Super Bowl. We already have one, but...
We're going to see all of our tanks, our Bradleys, our artillery.
Tanks, helicopters, howitzers.
I wouldn't mind seeing Don Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to an event like this?
Yes, but in local events.
Smaller scale.
Local parades.
Moscow, Pyongyang.
No, not like that.
Who do you think is going to do this parade better, us or the North Koreans?
I don't compare myself to anybody because everybody in the world will love to be an American at least for a day.
Looking around, I wonder, was this a military celebration or more of a make Donnie feel like a big boy authoritarian leader party?
You know, one thing about Donald Trump, he's been the greatest leader this country's ever had.
Is that why we're throwing him this parade?
It's not his parade. It's the United States Army.
I keep looking at these hats, and I'm like, there's a tiny little American flag right there on the side. Now I see it.
50th anniversary.
Now I see it.
Makes me mad listening to the people that are saying that this is all about Donald Trump and his birthday. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Trump, but technically, we are here to support our military.
Your focus today is just on the military.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you wore your dress blues.
Well, I'm not in camouflage.
He's got
to
Trump
I'm here to
pants.
support Trump because it is also his birthday.
Is there some debate about where to put the U?
Nope, not at all.
Of course, parades come with a price tag. But if there's one thing this administration knows, it's what's useful and what's waste.
Oh boy.
Cuts. Had to make some really tough decisions. I know Doge cut back on the Department of Education. Cut back.
Well done.
Well done.
Yeah,
Yeah?
absolutely.
There's some tough cuts. Cancer research.
Cut it. Let's
Fuck
go back
'em.
to all natural.
We don't need
All
to do research on
natural.
Cancer. We basically have that fixed anyway. Alzheimer's research.
Why not?
Why not cut the Alzheimer's research?
Yeah.
Fuck them.
What? We're just cool with that.
I'm cool with that.
Are you excited about all these Doge cuts?
They're so cooked.
Yes, I am, because the government is stealing too much of the money and they're wasting too much of my daggone tax dollars.
Oh my God, government wastes so much money.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's insane
It's
what we
insane.
spend money on.
Just foolishness.
Well, enjoy the $45 million parade and all the tanks.
Yeah, that's a good use of your tax
Oh,
dollars.
that's good money.
It's important for America to flex their muscles. So people know that America is generous, America is nice, America is polite, but America can really become badass.
Now, just brainstorming here. If we want to
Badass.
show the world that we're generous and nice, wouldn't it help to do like generous and nice things for the world?
We are already doing it. USAID, more generous and nice. We let people to take advantage of us for left and right.
We're showing them that we're kind by taking it away so they see how kind we are.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Tanks are fun and our military men and women should be honored. But it was hard to celebrate this public show of force when the president put the military on the streets of LA to confront other Americans.
We watched it.
We're going to need our military. What is the biggest threat?
To be honest with you, I see a global change right now. And if America doesn't want to support America, America won't be America very long.
Get on
We're not going to have a country anymore.
Right.
Which one of these tanks do you think we should send to Los Angeles?
I think we should send all of them.
All of them.
Which weapon should we send over to Los Angeles?
Oh, them clowns. I always said Trump need to just give him some stuff to make him go to sleep and then just handcuff him afterwards.
Okay, roofie.
And then can't haul him to jail.
Is that a Pete Hegseth plan?
I don't know, but that's my plan.
Your plan.
Trump, if you're listening, that's what you do.
You should roofie the Democrats.
Put them all to sleep with some sleeping stuff and then lock them up.
But like you said, today isn't about that. It's
Told you that. Remember I told you guys, what was it, yesterday or the day before? That you're going to be temporarily aligned with some very bad people about the war because they want the war here at home. There's Democrats out here. There's liberals, and they need to be locked the fuck up. For what? Don't matter. They're liberals. Again, that's anybody on the left, or like anybody that's not MAGA. Like if you're not a Trump dick suck, you're a liberal. So it doesn't matter what. Even if you're far left, you're a liberal too. They'll call you liberal. It'll make you mad, but you'll be a liberal too. They care more about at-home civil war than that. So like, don't take you'll be temporarily aligned with them because you're against U.S. intervention. As clearly you can see, other people you're going to be aligned with, and that looks fun, doesn't it? That looks fun. You're gonna be aligned with some groups here, but don't let them be a part. You don't have to be a part of it. Like you can be against the war on your own, and not be a part of a cool club or whatever, and be yourself. So, but again, for MAGA though, they want war here on the streets. They want the military to go into liberal cities and to just fucking honestly, even if they're not an immigrant, if they're like liberal, like send them to El Salvador. And they can lie and say they're not for that, but they are.
It's about America.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Trump's parade was kind of a dud. It didn't have the cold, intimidating scope of other authoritarian displays. All we had was guys holding drones like pizzas and killer robot dogs who just wanted treats. I got a sativa gummy in here somewhere. See ya at Trump
Got a sativa gummy in here somewhere. Give it to the dog, the robo dog. So good. I missed when he He stopped doing it for a while but now he can because we have the content president is back. New York City protests still happening. So you got protests in D.C., protests in New York City, and also there's an L.A. protest that is planned here. That was recommended to me on the YouTube. So there's more protests, but there's a nuance. It just started. Yep. Well, LA protests are back, but there's and there's the National Guard. Crazy. So vets say refuse unlawful orders. So you're gonna probably have like an ICE anti-war mashup protest in LA. Because they still have the National Guard there. That is the Marines. Okay. So that's the Marine. Oh! Yep, that's the Marine Corps. So the Marines are still being used as glorified crossing guards. That's great.
Check, check, check. Make some noise if you're here to say hands off and run.
This is in LA.
That's right. Say hands off and run. Hands off and run. Hands off and run. Hands off and run.
Wow, Marines, you could be literally doing anything other important, but now you're gonna go observe protests now. It is weird. You got the I thought it looked like the National Guard, but then they zoomed in. That's the Marines.
That's right. Welcome everybody. We are excited to get started.
That's so you got LA, New York, and DC protesting right now.
You may have heard this before. But when I say money for jobs and education, you say not for war and occupation. Okay? Let's practice. Money for jobs and education. Money for jobs and education. That's right. I'll say money for jobs and education. You say not for war and occupation. Okay? Money for jobs and education. Not for war and occupation.
You don't know where this is in LA?
Everyone who came out to, regardless if it was mashallah, you guys were amazing. You are
So 3 protests in 3 cities right now. LA, Washington D.C. There's the White House with Trump's new big stupid flagpole, right? And then New York City. Let's go to New York City right now. They're marching. Now, big protests in New York City.
Okay, yeah, I mean, whatever you feel comfortable saying. Just curious why you showed up to the anti-war protest. So again, whatever you feel comfortable saying.
Because I believe that all genocides around the world should end. This is 2025. It doesn't make sense for genocides to still exist in a society where people still don't have their needs met by the government.
I mean, do you have anything else that you would want to add about the fact that, you know, the government is cutting social programs right now? We are cutting things like Medicare and Medicaid, and at the same time, playing around with the idea of entering into another war in the Middle East.
I believe all investments on war should end. The focus should be on people, not wars. The rich cannot keep getting richer. The poor cannot keep getting poorer. The investments have to change. The direction of investments have to change. From wars to people. Yeah.
And I think it's important to note, too, that, you know, when we enter into a war...
Where is this in LA?
Contractors, the military industrial...
You guys know where this is in Los Angeles? Is this over by UCLA? That's where the Marines are.
What kind of power? Who's got the power? What kind of power? Who's got the power? What kind of power?
where this is exactly.
That's right, we want to hear everyone say together, hands off Iran!
Mark says, born too late for war in the Middle East, born too early for war in the Middle East, born just in time.
Hands off
Yes.
Iran! Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran! Hands off!
This is the federal building. Oh, this is the federal building over in Westwood, right? This is the Westwood Federal Building, right? Or West. What's the federal building though? Oh, they're right here. Got them right here. The passport agency, Veterans Affairs. Okay, so that's where it's at in LA. Yep. That's where the Marines are too. So you have that. That's from the Tel Aviv feed. So you got New York City. You also have DC. Let me move this over now that we know where the protest in LA is. Over here in Westwood. Right by the federal building. That's where the Marines are. They're standing, and the protest, I think, is like literally right here. It's gotta be like right there. That's where the Marines are. Yep.
That's right. The people have the power. It doesn't matter how many people they put in our way. The people are going to stand out here and exercise our right to free speech, to say that this war will be deadly, not only for the people of the United States, but for the people of Iran, for the people of Iran, and we stand with them because they are our brothers and sisters. Yes. They are our community. Yes. And Los Angeles has been in the streets for immigrant rights. Is that right? Yes. Do we stand for immigrant rights right here in Los Angeles? Yes. That's right, because these fights are hand in hand. The same people deporting our families, sending people to raid our communities, to attack Home Depot.
Okay, so that's in Los Angeles. Let's go back to DC.
So folks, I'll reiterate everything that we've said today in a few short words. This is a war against sovereignty. This is a war against all peoples. This is a war for imperialist interests and nothing else. It's never been about democracy. It never will be about democracy. It's never about saving human lives because, you know, we're seeing it live and clear. They're killing people.
Do those mags even have ammo?
They're bombing media centers. They're bombing universities. They do not care about.
I never remember a situation which you'd have empty mags
They do
in.
not care about the people.
You like usually you would just not have a magazine in at all. Like if you're not carrying ammo. I don't know what the Marine Corps standard is. Like when we were gonna have our weapons, like in Minnesota, for example, the National Guard was called. They had their rifles, but no magazines in. I don't know if the Marines would put nothing in there, just have magazines in. I'm pretty sure they are loaded.
Side of oppression, and we must, as conscious peoples of the world, always stand up against the oppressor, against the imperialist, against the war machine. Because if we don't, we're truly dead on the inside. We are truly dead on the inside. And like I said before, I just have to reiterate it because of how fitting it is. It is much better to struggle and fight and have to suffer at the hand of.
Why would you have a gun without bullets for a show of force? The same reason why when you're like there's levels of force you have to go through before just shooting.
Just talking.
Shout, show, shove. No, shout, shove, show, shoot to kill.
For $5 a month.
Okay, that's status quo in New York City.
As long as you're fighting on the side of what is right and just, you will always win. No matter how little capabilities you have, no matter how technologically advanced your opponent is, the truth always wins because the
I can't zoom in. I'm not on the camera. This is in LA. I'm not in charge of the camera. It's what AP will zoom in.
What does that look like for us? It means organizing, getting yourself organized, joining an organization or a coalition or any of these orgs that came out today. Because when we stand on our own, we are weak. But when we stand together, undivided, we are strong and undefeatable.
Enhance.
And we all come from different walks of life and different races and different religions, but what unites us is our love of the people and our love of justice and freedom and true freedom, not the freedom that we've been sold here in the United States, but true freedom. Freedom to decide, freedom of sovereignty. So join an organization, continue educating yourself, educate those around you, and be the voice of change in your community. Always be the voice that stands in opposition to the oppressor and to oppression in general. On that note, this Saturday there will be a mobilization that we will announce. Follow us on our social media, PYMDMD, so that you can stay up to date, or follow any of our coalition members, PSLDC, Answer Coalition. They will announce the mobilization this Saturday, and I hope to see you all out there. And I want to thank you all for standing through the rain, through standing through all of it, through standing through the annoying Zionists. They all ran away just for it. Let's recognize that. It's coming our kids. So thank you so much for coming out here. But no, there's always more to be done. There's always more to learn. And there's always more that we can give. So thank you again for coming out here, and have a good night, folks.
So that was from Washington, D.C., but again, you can see the Marines still present in Los Angeles.
Children and families around the world, they drop them right on the people of Japan. This is the country that has used nuclear weapons to destroy lives, and we condemn that. We say our message is clear that the United States has no right. Let me repeat, the United States has no right to determine the government of other countries.
It's a federal building.
The United States has no right to invade other countries. The United States has no right to bomb other countries. And only we can take that right away, right? Only we can say that our tax dollars, that our children will not be sent to destroy the lives of people in the Middle East. Is that a movement that you're committed to? That's right. We're going to stick together because the anti-war movement is what's going to save this country from ruin and what's going to save the world from ruin. The world is united against this U.S.-Israeli war of aggression. And we can't talk about this without talking about the people of Gaza, who have been devastated, who have faced genocide at the same hands the Israeli United States military forces. We say shame on that, but guess what? They have no shame. They're going to keep doing it unless we build the anti-war movement. So I hope you're all proud to be here today in solidarity. We're making history together saying no war on Iran. And before we introduce these other speakers, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. My name is Cameron. I'm with the Answer Coalition. The Answer Coalition was founded just days after the invasion of Afghanistan, and we have stood against every single U.S. war that has come since. Why? The reason is simple. Every single U.S.
this war, whether we're talking about Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, all of these wars have wasted funds while people here suffer with homelessness, with hunger, with lack of education, health care. Isn't that a shame? Shame! We are on the same side as the people of the world who are under attack by the U.S. government because they're trying to attack our social services right here. They're attacking our immigrant communities right here. And we're not going to let them lead a war on the immigrant communities and a war on Iran. Is that right? Right. So we're going to stand together. We have a lot of really great speakers. First up, I want to introduce a veteran who can speak very clearly to the reason that all people, in uniform, out of uniform, and all people need to stand
Mark, how do you make
against
difference so fast? Because the Marines wear distinct camouflage. Marines wear different camouflage than the Army.
My name's Tucker. I served as a U.S. Army veteran. I was a tanker. I was an M1 Abrams Armored Crewman. My great-grandfather, a little bit more about me. My great-grandfather was a mechanic for the Tuskegee Airmen. And you could say that serving has been in my family for a while. But as we have seen in the past 20 years, we've seen that what my great-grandfather and what so many other veterans who fought in World War II for and came back, that illusion has been shattered. We were lied to about Iraq. We were lied to about Afghanistan. And at the end of the day, that cost us, the taxpayers, $6 trillion. It's an absolute shame. Not billions, that's a T, trillions. And so, 20 years later, we're seeing the same playbook. Oh, we need to regime change in Iran. It'll make the region safer. It'll make the world safer. Benjamin Netanyahu has been repeating that lie since 2003. And where has that got us? Nowhere. So again, do not fall for this lie. We are being lied to go and fight for Israel's crimes against humanity. And I will tell you this, as a veteran, I don't want other service members to go and die for another country's genocidal actions. Shame. Shame on Israel. So, like Cam said, the Answer Coalition formed in the wake of the Iraq invasion. And not only that, but service members and veterans have had a history of resistance in the United States.
This is New York City, so New York City and LA.
We have fought and stood
LA,
against
New York City.
crimes against us and the indecency that the American government forces on service members, forces on veterans. The American Service Members Union during the Vietnam War was essential in tandem with the anti-war opposition in the United States to get the United States military out of the Civil War in Vietnam. Before that, veterans from all over the country marched on Washington, D.C. to force the U.S. government to give us our bonus from World War I. That they lied to us. They lied to the veterans of World War I. And they stormed them out of the Capitol. But we fought. Veterans fought and resisted. During World War I, black soldiers mutinied and fought against police brutality in Houston, Texas. Being murdered by the Houston police. They fought back. So we as service members, we as veterans, we have a history of standing up and fighting back against U.S. regime change, against their mistreatment of veterans, against their mistreatment of service members. And so here we are in 2025. The Trump administration is using the Marines to assist ICE in their abduction of U.S. citizens in Los Angeles? Shame. Shame. One more time, shame. Shame. Trump has used the California National Guard to quell us and say, stop standing up for immigrant rights. Are we going to keep fighting for immigrant rights? Yes! Damn right we're going to keep fighting for immigrant rights. Because we know that immigrants come here for any sort of opportunity. They even enlist in the military. And so I say to the service members right now, literally standing in front of me, if you have any doubt about what you are doing, if you have any doubt about what the Cal Guard is doing,
It's an AP feed in Los Angeles right now.
you have a right and a
Anti-war protests are popping up. LA, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And I want to emphasize, they are not the enemy. They're not the enemy at all. They enforcing the fucking rules. No. Just one more time. Shame on Israel. Shame on Israel. So when we look at our service members, please remind them that they have a duty and a right to not follow unlawful orders. There is the GI rights hotline for them to either go online or call.
That's the Marines still. That's at the federal building in Westwood. They're standing right here. Passport Agency, Veterans Affairs Building, federal building in LA. That's taking place right here at this street corner. You should get a sign that just says, "I'm tired, boss." Sure. That'll work. Tons of people in Minnesota have signs like that.
So one more time. Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran!
Yeah, let's go to New York City quick. This is another distraction from the... No, it's not. Chat. Nothing is a distraction unless you allow it to be a distraction. Trump is coordinating distractions for sure. Like with the flagpole, he's doing it. But as a consumer of current events and news, you are only distracted if you allow it to be. This is all kind of wrapped up into the same thing, right? This is specifically an anti-war protest, but it's all gonna fall in like it's all anti-Trump right now. Okay, you can say what you want and say, oh, they should have voted for Kamala or like whatever, or like whatever. That's irrelevant. We can't go back in time. We can only go forward. You can't go back and do it over, ever. We can only go forward. So it's all gonna continue. Like it's gonna be protests against Trump in many different ways. Not just like the anti-ICE protests, or not just the 50501 democracy protests. It's gonna be like all of it, and like different things. Or you might even see BLM again. Who knows? Probably, maybe. And then you'll be like, wow, BLM protests are back. And just remember this moment when I told you, maybe. I don't know. It's gonna be everything, and they're just gonna be protests in the United States against many different things. And again, as a consumer of current events, that's why I try to give you. That's why we do these long streams, because it is a lot. It's a lot to take in. So that's why we sit here and just do this, because it's a lot, understandably. But don't allow it. Like if don't allow yourself to get distracted. Okay, that's why I don't sit with it all day long, and why we have gaming, so that way I can like cleanse my brain a little bit, and then get back into it again, because it's a lot to take in. But don't. The only way you'll get distracted is if you allow it to yourself to get distracted, or if you full send into one specific niche thing, and then that's your thing, and then now you are distracted from other things. Okay, that's why you shouldn't full send into one specific cause, and if you do that, you're gonna find yourself in a bubble eventually. It always happens, always does. I made that mistake too. It's important to keep yourself available to as many things as possible, So that way, like, again, you're not going to get distracted. But again, it's tough though, because it's a lot of information. So it's definitely understandable how it can be overwhelming, and a lot when new things happen every day. It's like, oh, don't forget about that thing or that thing, and sometimes it'll kind of fade away from the news maybe a little bit, but it's still a thing. Like, they're out there for, like in LA right now, they're out there anti-war protests, but the Marines are still there from the anti-war protests. So it's like, that's still very much relevant. How can you get distracted from that, right? They're very much aware, and even they brought it up. They mentioned it, like, how are we gonna go to war against Iran while also having the military in our cities with ICE? And like, so it's like not an ICE protest, it's not an anti-ICE protest, but it's like that's still very much relevant in like the messaging from the protest. It's all gonna be all protests, guys. Okay, these next 4 years, just expect it. That's why we're locked back in. On that note, though, speaking of cleansing, I'm calling it. I think we're good. I think we won't have anything until tomorrow, if any, in terms of like a U.S. intervention or U.S. actions. We'll have more anti-war. If the U.S. conducts airstrikes in the next coming days, we'll cover that. But also, there will be more anti-war protests, and we'll probably switch gears to covering anti-war protests, along with obviously what's happening with Iran and Israel. So just prepare for that. Okay, if you're wondering, the ICE protests will probably come back again. Like I said, though they might be gone for a little bit, but the next major ICE raid that happens, and like maybe another ICE protest will likely happen. Who knows? Just be prepared for protests. Okay, just be ready for that. But also be ready for Death Stranding, because Death Stranding Part 5 tonight. That's what we're doing. Guys, come on over. Death Stranding 2 comes out next week. I'm super excited. I love Hideo Kojima games. Metal Gear later in the year too. And come and check it out. Norman Reedus and the Fetus. See you guys then. I'm going to go eat. It'll be live in a little over a half hour. Okay, about 8 o'clock. So 9 o'clock Eastern. You guys are great. We had 10 new members this stream. Thank you guys for all the support. If you've subscribed to the channel, welcome. Follow on Twitch. If you're on Facebook, come over to YouTube and follow on YouTube. Follow on Twitch as well. Subscribe if you haven't. Thank you to all the mods. Thank you to everybody that supported the stream. And we're going to continue tomorrow. Take care, you guys. Have a good night. Sleep well. Come over to my gaming channel. I'll put the link in the chat, and I'll send you over there anyways. Take care. Peace.